All right, I'm going to call the City Council meeting of the City of San Clemente to order for February 2nd, 2021.
Councilmember Duncan.
All right, I'm going to call the City Council meeting of the City of San Clemente
Okay, that was interesting. I'm here.
Okay. Councilmember Ferguson.
Here.
Councilmember Knobloch.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Here.
And Mayor Ward.
Here. Scott, do we have anything that we need to do before we go into closed session?
Just to disclose that the claim we're talking about is a potential claim raised by Councilmember Ferguson, the relevant to the agenda. That's it.
Thank you. And I'll be recusing myself from that item.
Say that one for last. Thanks, Councilmember.
Okay, is there a council member that would like to make a motion to go into closed session?
Motion to adjourn into closed session.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem James, second by Councilmember Knobloch, excuse me.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Okay, we'll go into closed session now.
Brian, we're not streaming yet, correct? Or Cade?
We are streaming.
We are streaming. Okay, thank you.
Okay, everyone, I'm sorry. I was trying another device and was not working. So I'm going to call the public meeting to order, and can I ask Mr. James if you will do the Pledge of Allegiance?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Give me 1 second. One second. How's that?
Good, that's great.
There we go. Let's see again. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
Flag.
to the flag of the United States of America,
and to the republic
Republic.
for
for
which
which it stands, one nation, under God,
is indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Duncan,
Here?
Councilmember Ferguson,
Here,
Councilmember Noblock,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Here.
and Mayor Ward.
Present.
The first item on the agenda is a toll road update.
I don't have any update. Mayor Pro Tem James?
Nothing here.
Okay, Mr. Sund?
If I may briefly, we just noticed, thank you, Mayor. We just noticed the latter part of last week for the public hearing at the February 16th meeting, where the city council will be brought the general plan amendment for the Los Patronos Parkway extension. So just want to give an update to the public. Well, that'll be in front of the council to deliberate at the February 16th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
City Man- Sorry, this is Chris. City Manager, was there going to be a toll road town hall at some point? That I know that some folks have reached out about that.
We are working on that with Supervisor Bartlett's office and still trying to land a date. I have a toll road subcommittee meeting this week to discuss next steps, but the short answer is yes, but the date is undetermined at this point.
Thank you.
Interim City Manager. Thank you, Mayor Ward. Thank you. Interim City Manager Sund, I looked at the toll road page on the city website today, and I know for many months I've been checking in with you at these meetings to see when that would be updated. And the format looks great. I see there's been some work on rearranging the format into better sections, but it still doesn't have current information. We've had multiple letters that have gone out, legislative letters, grand jury letter that went out, and a letter to the OC Public Works Director, but those still aren't there. And the media news, the latest is March 1, 2018. So I'm wondering, is that something going on there, or what's going on in terms of being able to get that updated for the people?
Absolutely working on it. It's just a question of being able to allocate resources to get that done. And so it's taking some time. I admit that, but we are working on it and we plan on updating it. It's just an issue of resources at this point.
Okay, it'd be really helpful. Maybe start from now current and go backwards since we've gone so long. We got a gap of a couple years on letters and media. Could we do that? At least get what has gone out most recently. I know in the last probably 4 or 5 months, we've had about 3 letters and then lots of good media, right? With the decision by the TCA to not continue the destructive route to the I-5. So could we at least get maybe those 3 letters up and maybe a current article?
I'll work with my staff to see if we can expedite that, Councilmember.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor.
The next item on the agenda is homeless issue, and we do have at least one comment to read on that one. Laura?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm getting a lot of feedback, repeated voices coming back. Am I the only one? Am I the only one getting a lot of feedback with repeat?
Yes, I think I'm fine.
I'm not hearing anything.
Right now, it does seem to be when Jean, you're talking. How about when I'm talking? Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, are you ready for that public comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, this is from Donna Vidrine. My understanding is the countywide point in time count of homeless people has been canceled for 2021. San Clemente City Council and city leadership can instruct CityNet and the Homeless Task Force to conduct a count of homeless people in our city to estimate the size of our homeless population living on our streets and public places. Unsheltered people are exposed to the elements in unsanitary conditions. They are often the victims of violence and other crimes. Neighborhoods where homeless people live also suffer from increased crime, vagrancy, open drug use, and nuisances such as encampments and public displays of acts normally done in private. Homelessness does not benefit anyone. Human beings should not be living on the streets. Responding to homeless issues has become costly to multiple city agencies, and the frustration expressed by business owners and city residents is undeniable. Homelessness is a complex issue, and solving it will require shelter and housing strategies. Working to end homelessness is more humane and cheaper to taxpayers than not intervening. We can help the less fortunate and homeless individuals and families. Council needs to identify a place for the homeless to sleep and receive assistance. We need leadership to provide these services in a way that makes sense both ethically and financially. If we can problem solve and act together, we can accomplish more. Let's not create more problems and division, but work together. Donna Vidrine, San Clemente resident and business owner. And that's all I have for public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. The next item we have is C.
Oh, Mayor Ward?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I had just one quick question for this interim city manager, Sund. Could you just explain the progress we've made on hiring our homeless coordinator, just to let people know?
Absolutely. So since council took action to direct some of our community development block grant funds that were COVID specific, council directed us to create a full-time limited term position and to allocate funding for that for 1 year. Since that time, both community development and the human resources department have worked on creating the job specifications for that position. We looked at the city of Costa Mesa and also the city of Long Beach, who both have similar positions on their payroll, to look at job responsibilities and also compare compensation. I'm happy to say that that will probably be coming to the council at the second meeting or the next meeting in February for the council to approve the title and add that classification to our salary resolution. However, we may begin the recruitment process prior to that. Many times we've recruited positions that we include the footnote that this is subject to council approval, so that we can begin the process. And obviously council still has an opportunity to deliberate on the item, but at least we're moving forward, and that is the plan with this as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, item C.
Yes, the next item is a report from Dave Rebensdorf, Utilities Director, concerning the emergency repair of the Via Santa Maria Waterline.
Madam Clerk, there should be a slideshow to provide for this. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, it's Dave Rebensdorf, Utilities Director with the City of San Clemente. I have a brief presentation of the water line failure that occurred on December 11th, 2020 and subsequent repair. Next slide, please. The location of the break was adjacent to Reservoir 12 and Via Santa Maria Pump Station on a critical section of 16-inch ductile iron pipe built around 1985 at a depth of approximately 20 feet. This is an unusual depth for a water line, but was likely installed at that depth to accommodate for grading of the development at that time. Typically, the city's water system reliability is robust, with multiple sources of supply into each service zone and water line loops to move water in the event of a failure to customers. So when a failure does occur, it impacts a small number of customers, around 20 or less. This failure occurred on a unique section of pipeline that conveys water from two supply sources, Reservoir 5 and Via Santa Maria Pump Station, to approximately 1,000 services within the Rancho San Clemente area. I am only aware of one other location in the city where there is limited supply reliability, and the city is working on a capital improvement project to resolve that issue. Given the lack of supply and prior to isolating the break, city staff installed and operated a portable pump as shown in the photo. And they operated the pump 24/7 to ensure customer service and to maintain water quality. Next slide, please. To maintain water service and retain water quality, the pipeline remained pressurized as shown in the photo on the left, and was allowed to leak until a line stop was installed on the photo of the right at a depth of nearly 24 feet. You can see how small the worker is there at the bottom of the excavation. The line stop was installed to isolate the failed section of pipe. A line stop, as shown in the picture, is a valve cut into a live section of pipe. Prior to installing the line stop, city staff had multiple attempts or made multiple attempts to isolate the line with existing valves, but were unsuccessful. Next slide. Once the pipeline was isolated, Ferreira Construction began exploratory excavation as shown in the photo on the left to find the leak, which could not be identified with leak detection equipment due to the depth of the failure. After performing one exploratory excavation, which took a significant effort and was time consuming due to shoring, backfill, and proper compaction requirements prior to moving to the next location. Rather than continuing to search for the failed section of pipe that could take more than a week to find the leak, and knowing there will likely be future failures of the pipeline due to corrosion since it was built out of ductile iron pipe, approximately 450 feet of 16-inch water line was relocated at a nominal depth between 4 and 8 feet, and a temporary high-density polyethylene above-ground bypass pipeline, as shown in the photo to the right, was installed as a primary source of supply to lower the risk of service outage. Next slide, please. Both photos on this slide show the installation of the new pipeline within the trench and above ground bypass pipeline. The project was completed last week with the exception of paving 2 access roads, which will be completed by the city in a future paving contract to save costs by combining it with a larger paving contract. A portion of the private system or private street on Via Santa Maria is closed and damaged from the failure. Pacific Shores Homeowner Association is designing and will reconstruct the street in the near future. Next slide. The failure and repair was one of the most challenging, according to staff, in over 20 years. This slide shows the names of 31 city employees and support it took to complete this Herculean effort to maintain water quality and service, install and operate the bypass pump, and assist with the repair prior to and during the holidays, where several staff deferred their time off. In closing, I want to thank city staff for their effort and dedication to serve city customers, the city council for its support during the repair, and the residents for their patience and understanding. Thank you, and I'll answer any questions council might have.
Good job.
So does any council members have a question? No? Okay, so I would just say thank you, Mr. Rebensdorf, very much. This was a major thing to undertake right before Christmas. And I know that the residents felt that the city was really trying very hard to get this fixed. And we do appreciate their cooperation and their patience. But I think staff did a great job on it. I think it was a good fix and a better long-term fix.
The
Thank you.
next,
Staff will appreciate that.
okay, the next item on the agenda is oral communications, and we do have some comments to read.
Okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
First comment is from Joseph and Jody Giles. Mayor and Council, Chief of Police Services, Lieutenant Ed Manhart, and Interim City Manager Eric Sund regarding T Street beach parking enforcement and neighboring vehicle camping. Dear San Clemente leaders, I would like to have this letter read at the next City Council meeting. A man has been living out of his truck at T Street in the city meter parking spots on Paseo de Cristobal since mid-November. The license plate of his black Dodge Ram is GAINSTR. He would sleep and cook his meals in his truck and use the public restroom, shower, and water fountain for his dishes. I observed him becoming increasingly lecherous and menacing, approaching young ladies and, when rebuffed, shout at them in anger. He would often be at the base of the T Street stairs, watching women at the beach. Earlier this week, he harassed 2 families on Cristobal and was arrested after entering a home. I have the following questions. 1, did parking enforcement ever issue him a ticket? I checked frequently and his meter was always expired. It seems to be common knowledge that parking meters are not enforced at T Street. I have not seen a meter citation issued in well over a year. We know his license plate. It would be easy to determine if the vehicle was cited. If not, why not? We raised this issue in a Zoom meeting on August 17th, 2020. At that time, Interim City Manager Sund said it was the responsibility of the park rangers to write tickets in city public parking lots, and he would follow up. Number 2, was the man allowed overnight camping in a city's parking space? There are signs that say no parking in that area from midnight to 4 a.m. Was this ever enforced? 3, is the newly installed camera used? Mr. Sund did a great job deploying a security camera on the light post at the pedestrian bridge entrance. We are still awaiting signage to make people aware of security monitoring. The justification for the camera was to give the sheriff the ability to remotely observe activity in overnight parking and dispatch a deputy if necessary. It seems to me the use of the above measures would have made at least made it more difficult for the man to take up residence, become a nuisance, and ultimately be arrested for entering homes. I appreciate that the sheriff's hands are tied with camping laws, but the enforcement of our existing parking rules would have almost certainly prevented the incidents on Monday the 18th and Tuesday the 19th of January. We've been discussing neighborhood safety issues, including traffic, with Mayor Pro Tem James, Lieutenant Manhart, and Mr. Sund since April 2020. We were pleased when Mr. James and Ms. Ward joined our large neighborhood watch meeting in September when we presented information that shows every other beach in Orange County restricts parking from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Only T Street restricts parking from midnight to 4 a.m. We collected 66 signatures from the neighborhood on a petition, which is attached, requesting that T Street parking hours be aligned with the other county and state beaches and San Clemente parks. And that's actually the end of the 3 minutes for this comment. So I'll move on to the next comment, which is from Darren and Patty Rude. Dear San Clemente City Council, Patty and I have hung out and been a part of San Clemente and T Street since we were 10 years old. We moved to T Street 4 years ago. Since we have lived here, we've experienced criminal and drug activity on T Street. We have had 5 homeless men on drugs threaten our lives. We've been reporting this to the sheriff department, sharing with them someone is going to get hurt or die. Well, we almost did. On Tuesday, January 19th, we had a run-in with Arnold Rivera. He was trying to break in our front gate to get the package he had delivered to our house. He told the neighbors he lived here, and they said, no, you don't. Then he proceeded to say that we let him have his packages delivered here. This is the first time we actually caught him. He usually intercedes UPS and shows his license and gets his package. We would think this was crime, but the sheriff told him to leave and gave him his package. Then, an hour and a half later, Arnold backed up in our driveway, which we could not leave our garage, hopped over our fence, and went up into our second-story courtyard, trying to break the doors, yelling, "Get out of my house." He then scaled the wall to the 3rd story and broke in and had a 10-inch nail that he said he was going to attack us with. We luckily ran downstairs and got out the front doors and ran to the neighbor's house. We have never been so scared for our lives and felt like he was going to kill us. We need more patrolling on T Street to let people know that this is not a place to hang out, drink, and do drugs. Also, we highly feel that the hours at T Street Park for parking needs to change from 4 a.m. to 10 p.m. Nothing good happens here after 10 p.m. You can look at all the dispatch calls. Also, T Street has the most calls in the city. We need your help from our city council. Please make San Clemente and T Street a safe place to live again.
The next communication is from Lisa Adoni. And she writes, Dear Mayor Ward and City Council members, I request that you move forward with installing armrests on all city benches as a deterrent to prevent sleeping on them. Several benches are currently being used for overnight sleeping, and we have seen some benches grow into temporary residences piled high with garbage and junk placed there by whoever is residing on that beach at the time. This is an unsanitary and unhealthy place for anyone to sleep, and the simple act of adding armrests to each bench will prevent reclining on the bench and help ensure the benches are used for their intended purpose, short-term sitting. I know of a long-term shop owner on Del Mar who purchases disinfectant and bleach to personally clean the bench in front of her shop, as it is frequently stained with urine and feces from the person who sleeps there on a routine basis. This is not only disgusting, it poses a health and safety risk to come in close contact with human waste. Bench modifications are necessary to try to improve public health and safety, as are a few other inexpensive, easy to implement suggestions made by the Public Safety Committee. The Public Safety Committee should be in charge of spearheading these projects, investigating their feasibility and cost, then moving forward with agreed upon recommendations. Kindly refer this issue back to the Public Safety Committee and give them some teeth, meaning a voice in influencing positive changes that will improve the health and safety of our community. Otherwise, why do we even have that committee in place? And if the council sees value in the committee, why not allow them to have some meaningful impact in improving the safety for San Clemente residents? I look forward to seeing some positive changes implemented soon versus continuing the circular discussions that aren't constructive at all currently. The next communication is from Michelle Alexander. Pamela, a local transient, sets up residents on the bench in front of Cafe Calypso and my shop multiple times a week. She dominates the entire bulb out and bench with her belongings for hours on end. Rarely is she quiet. Usually she is behaving like she's demonically possessed, screaming at people, yelling verses from whatever book she's reading, and cursing all the time. I've called OCSD on her multiple times after witnessing her screaming obscenities to families with children and normal people walking by. The current structure of the benches and bulb outs create an enclosed area like a campsite for the transients like Pamela. I've called OCSD on another woman transient that uses the bulb outs as a bathroom during daylight hours. Something must be done to discourage homeless from using the benches and bulb outs on Del Mar as their personal campsites. Can't we do something? Just 2 weeks ago, I walked my friend and business associate out of my shop, gave her a hug goodbye, and told her to drive safe. When out of nowhere, Pamela screamed at the both of us at the top of her lungs, calling us the C word and effing a-holes, and yelled the word segregation. Her racist and belligerent verbal abuse was shocking to my beautiful friend and designer, who happens to be Black. I was appalled and disgusted. The entire outdoor dining went quiet with shock while Pamela verbally assaulted us from 15 feet away. My friend ran to her car and left. I called OCSD and 4 officers arrived to talk to Pamela. She was not removed since screaming racist curses at us was not considered a crime. The verbal abuse Pamela inflicts on innocent pedestrians, shoppers, and diners is unacceptable. She does it all while camping on the beach. Can't we adopt the benches out to become private property? Can't we put bench dividers up or remove the 2 to 3 walls that enclose these areas? This is indeed a public safety issue. The transients that take over these public spaces are mentally ill, spreading human biohazard waste, and pose a threat to normal citizens and business owners. By doing nothing, you are encouraging this camping and behavior to continue. The more it continues, the more it hurts our businesses and patrons. This has been the worst last year on so many levels. We are all surviving and doing our best. The added blight and verbal assaults created by Pamela and other mentally ill transients are making it worse and deterring much needed patrons from Del Mar.
Next comment is from Bill Hart. I understand the Public Safety Committee briefly discussed the idea of partitioning park benches, but was unsure as to whether to proceed with such a discussion. I urge City Council to direct the Public Safety Committee to explore this idea further. While it may not seem like much, there are areas of town where this would make a huge difference. For instance, in some downtown bulb outs, benches have become the key feature of nightly campsites. Local merchants must try to clean the bulb out areas on a daily basis just to maintain some level of decency at the entrances of their shops. Unsanitary conditions discourage public use of the bulb outs. It is unfair to the public and further challenges our pandemic-stressed merchants as they struggle to make ends meet. Anyone familiar with the broken window theory of policing can predict the path on which we are headed. Unrestricted bench are attractive nuisances. Once appropriated as campsites, it marks the beginning of a spiral of degradation for the surrounding area. By denying such opportunity, we'll be protecting our downtown, Camino Real, Pier Bowl, and our many parks. Please direct the Public Safety Committee to explore the use of single-seat partitions on benches and come back to City Council with a recommendation. Next comment is from Tatiana. Hello, as golf carts are being driven by irresponsible teenagers that apparently throw balloons with water on old people, there should be some age restriction applied or have an adult present at all times when the golf carts are being operated on the city streets. These tragic incidents are being shared by many locals, and it seems it's becoming an issue, therefore it has to be addressed. Thank you. Next comment is from Michelle Brooks. Dear Council, Happy New Year. It was brought to my attention that the Public Safety Committee discussed possibly putting bench dividers on our public benches throughout town. I have seen this in Laguna Niguel and other neighboring towns. I think it helps add a nice appeal to the city in creating a clean, streamlined look. I feel that it would behoove us to take a look at what other cities are doing that is keeping them looking clean and nice, and what small ways we can keep San Clemente looking that way. I brought it up to the previous council, but I'm not sure the message was received. Again, we need to find small ways we can keep San Clemente clean and safe. Thank you for discussing and being open to suggestions. Please, as always, let me know how I can assist. Also, please allow us to meet in person. It's time. Thank you, Michelle Brooks. Next comment is from Stephen Marshall. While I understand the desire of some council members to reconvene the meetings in person starting February 16th, I want council to understand that there are still members of the community who are elderly and at risk who do not feel comfortable attending these meetings in person until the COVID-19 pandemic has ended. Even when the public is allowed to return, comments for those who are at risk and elderly still should be allowed to be submitted online and heard at the meeting. To disallow public comments unless you show up in person would equate to disenfranchising a large amount of citizenry who does not feel comfortable or safe showing up to an in-person meeting yet. Next comment is from Ann Simonson. This letter is from Ann and John Simonson. We reside at 340 West Paseo de Cristobal in the northeast corner of Paseo de Cristobal and Esplanade. Upon the purchase of our home in September of 2013, we have found T Street Beach to be a fairly quiet and unremarkable area for crime, homelessness, partying, etc. But as the years have passed, the situation has changed. We find ourselves with more presence of the homeless population, with some being defiant, unruly, and dangerous. The recent break-in at our neighbor's home and unlawful entrance of a man into a home down the street have us very concerned. Also, the constant partying, drug activity, huge fires in the sand outside of fire pits, people parking beyond curfew, and becoming quite loud are unacceptable. T Street needs more patrolling and regulations, as many outsiders have discovered our beautiful and peaceful area. The no parking and beach hours of 12 midnight to 4 a.m. are not reasonable anymore. 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. is what will control lots of inappropriate activity, with surfers and fishermen being able to access the beach earlier. We want our home in T Street to be a place we look forward to, not fearful of what could happen next. Thank you in advance for your immediate attention to our concerns, making T Street the wonderful place so many enjoy.
Next communication is from Nyla Stickle. Council members, I'm very concerned about the health and safety of our community and the lack of concern by the Public Safety Committee when it comes to our benches. Many of our benches have been taken over and used as hangouts and or sleeping areas for the homeless. Personally, I've witnessed drug deals. I've seen them used for sleeping areas. I've seen vomit, and I've seen them used as bathrooms. We need to and should have long ago put arms on the benches to promote a clean, healthy San Clemente. They should not be for the sole use of the homeless population that refuses help. I cringe when on occasion I see families sitting on one of the benches enjoying our downtown. I can only imagine what lurks on the surfaces of these benches. I would like to see a plan put in place to install armrests, maintain, clean, and paint our benches, especially but not limited to the memorial benches that have had no maintenance that I could see over the last 5 years. That is shameful. Please refer this issue back to the Public Safety Committee. Next communication is from Sarah Allen Peterson. Dear City Representatives, my name is Sarah Allen Peterson, and I am the owner of Zebra House Coffee. Zebra House has been operating at its location on South El Camino Real since the summer of 2011, almost a decade now. At the end of November 2019, we signed a lease for a second location in the development adjacent to Target on Hermosa, across from the sport park. It was less than 2 weeks later that the city announced plans to sell its Zapata land to developers who proposed competing uses, literally across the street. At the time, it was Starbucks, Coffee Bean, and a coffee shop to be determined. We spoke to the council, met with Mayor Bain and several other city officials, including Eric Sund. Our staff and many of our regular customers came to speak before the council as well on January 21, 2020, if you are interested to revisit the videos. We felt as though we had been heard. Here we are more than a year later, and there has been a ton of turnover at the city. We are almost a year into the pandemic that has been very hard on our business, especially considering the recent expansion that more than sextupled our cost structure. We have also recently had both of our front entryways encumbered by the city with semi-permanent cones that block traffic into our cafe and confuse traffic with our neighbor. And if that was not enough, we just read the SC Times article that in a closed session council meeting, the Lapata development discussion was pressed forward with a 3-2 vote on 3 finalists. 2 of the 3 finalists are still suggesting competing uses, including a Starbucks and then a sandwich coffee shop. We were floored that the city is right back where it started and that we are this far along with these competing uses still being considered. It's interesting because I still hear so much how people love San Clemente because of how non-commercial it is. We hear it every day in our shop and across social media. Our town loves its small businesses. The rally and the support of this community this past year is the only reason we think we can make it through this time. But the people running the city are voting against us over and over again. At some point, we shutter the doors and lay off our now 30+ people going to 60 people, pull our toddler out of her local preschool, sell our local home, and just move our family out of town. And in the same breath, San Clemente gets another step closer to being like every other exit on the freeway, littered with gas stations and big box fast food joints like Starbucks, McDonald's, In-N-Out, Chick-fil-A, etc. We have really tried to take the pleasant, appealing approach and emphasize through our people and customers how important this is to all of us, but it does not seem to be working. So in this letter, I'm being more direct. I am begging the city to stand behind its local businesses. It is more important than ever before. There is only one choice of your 3 finalists that won't compete directly with Zebra House. And it's Heslin with no ancillary food and beverage operation. I am confident that the city can find a way to work with them that meets your financial objectives. The next communication is from Kylie Bokeman. I am a longtime resident of San Clemente, and I'm very excited to have heard that Zebra House Coffee will be opening a second location on Avenida Vista Hermosa. We are huge fans, along with many other residents, of Zebra House Coffee and the charm and unique personal character this business brings to our town. It is evident in their huge success and superb remodel, especially surviving the difficult current pandemic environment. It is so important to San Clemente to maintain the small independent businesses that serve us every day and foster our Spanish Village by the Sea community spirit. Zebra House Coffee would be amazing and so well received in the community of Talega, and another location would connect the community across the freeway. I have personally worked the last 25 years and still do for small, locally owned retail businesses on Avenida Del Mar, and see the love, support, and appreciation from residents and visitors alike for our unique small business successes. It alarms me that the city would even consider a national direct competitor to Zebra House Coffee that is in the planning phase of opening across the street to Zebra. I know that these talented developers and city staff can do much better. Do we really need another Starbucks in our quaint town? I think not. Talega deserves to have some of the charm of our Spanish Village by the Sea in their neighborhood as well. Please support our local small business owners. They are the ones who care about the community and give back to our town in ways that are overlooked and unseen every day. Please help keep San Clemente classy and cool.
Next comment is from Ken Salter. Thank you to Eric Sund and Tom Vonnegut for allowing me to witness the apparently successful FRA inspection last week, and thanks to Gene James for witnessing the entire inspection. The three of you seem committed to a rapid and successful resolution of the train horn nuisance. There is a high expectation within the community that the waiver meeting with the FRA will occur in February. Are you confident that this meeting will occur this month? If so, when do you expect the FRA to schedule the meeting and notify us of the date, and who representing our interests will be at the meeting? Please keep us informed by dropping me a brief email or text as soon as you hear from the FRA on matters related to the train horns have been particularly disturbing the last few days per the reports from the community, and patience is wearing thin. Thank you again for your conscientious efforts on this. Please keep it up and do whatever it takes for a quiet March 2021. The next comment is from Donna Vidrine. Public comments. I advocate for a hospital in San Clemente, a community hospital with emergency services and inpatient hospital care sized to meet the need of our San Clemente community. I have a vision for rehab services for our senior population, low-risk maternity services for our younger, growing families, mental health services for everyone, surgical suites with recovery and inpatient surgical beds for general surgery, general medicine beds, and services for community needs. I ask City Council to keep San Clemente informed on the situation with providing hospital care and emergency services to our residents and city. Thank you for continuing work on hospital services for San Clemente. Stay vigilant, focused, and on task. Hospital care is a quality of life and public safety issue. Sincerely, Donna Vidrine, RN, San Clemente resident and business owner. And the final comment for oral communications is anonymous. And it says, good evening, council members. I'd like to ask that Mayor Ward be respectful of the public's time and do a better job at running the council meetings. It's apparent that you enjoy being the center of attention and talking in circles, but please make your point and move on. Also, at the last meeting regarding the property on the corner of La Plata and Hermosa, you worked Councilman James during the straw poll to change his mind and proceed with the selection of the gas stations. Why are you working so hard to bring Talega a gas station when they don't want one? Please start listening to members of the public and serve them and not your own self-interest. Thank you. And that's it for oral communications.
At this time, could we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Ferguson.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And that carries 5-0. Next is closed session report from the city attorney.
Thanks, John. Mayor and Council, there was no reportable action taken in closed session with regard to the threatened claim or exposure litigation. Councilmember Ferguson, as she announced earlier, recused herself from participation during that item.
Okay. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion, unless council staff or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action, And we have received a request from the public to pull item 6B1. That's the Planning Commission minutes of January 20th.
Okay, council members, is there any items that you would like to pull?
I would like to pull 6G as in golf and 6L as in Lima.
Any other council member?
I'd like to pull item H as in hospital.
Good. That's very good, Steve. Okay. I would also like to pull, I was going to pull 6B1. I would like to pull 6A2 also. I will entertain a motion to approve the balance.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Knobloch, and it's a tie on who seconded it. So who would like to take that?
Was it Duncan? Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, second by Councilmember Duncan. Will you please take the roll call vote?
Yes, Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0. So
Okay.
the first item pulled is item A2. That's the City Council minutes of January 19th.
So I pulled this item. If council will refer to page 2 of 6A2. This is under the toll road update. I'd like to correct what the minutes say. It has to do with the grand jury session and what it said. It says that Mayor Ward reported that the grand jury session concerning the TCA was put on hold. I think that doesn't reflect what we talked about. I think the word grand jury session should be changed to grand jury investigation, because the grand jury sent a letter with their findings that their investigation was not able to be finished because of COVID. And I'd like the words put on hold removed, because I don't think that reflects what we said. It should just say the grand jury investigation concerning the TCA was not completed due to COVID, because I think that reflects what the grand jury said in their letter when they reported their findings. Does anyone have any other suggestions? I don't believe we said it was put on hold.
Well, Mayor Ward, what does the city clerk think about that? She transcribed the minutes, so is she here on the, I don't see her, city clerk.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay,
I
great.
remember that section was a little bit confusing, so I appreciate the clarification.
Perfect, thank
you. I just think it wasn't put on hold. It just was not completed, but the rest of it is fine. So I appreciate that. I think, this is important, and I know TCA's, looking at it, but it should be accurate. So.
Council Mayor Ward, I agree, and that's how grand juries function. They exist for a certain period of time. They weren't able to complete it due to COVID-19. And my understanding is that grand jury expired. We would now look to a new grand jury potentially to take the investigation back up. So that language correction, I think, further puts that into the right light.
No, I appreciate that. That's what I thought. So I won't move it yet, because there's also another part of 6A. Wait a minute. Was that 6A? No, 6A2. Is that correct, Joanne?
That's correct.
Okay. So if council will look at page 13 of 6A2, this is item D1. It was the consideration of opening city council meetings. And I would just ask council to weigh in if this is what was said It's talking about that we would open with the understanding that speakers would be permitted, but an audience would not be allowed. Is it in fact this meeting that we said that we would have speakers coming in? I thought we had said no public, but I just wanted to verify that because that's not what I remembered.
That's what I remember too, Mayor Ward. The same, that we were going to, for that meeting, allow the speakers, yeah, but no audience, and just the council members present at the separate tables.
So Jean, is that what you remember? Because I remember that you made a comment about just being us and not having an audience. So can you just clarify on the speakers?
Yeah, I believe it, you know, if I recall correctly, we talked about just us, and that the speakers would, the public comments would be the way they are right now, submitted via email for the time being.
So that's what I remember. I think because we talked about an audience, maybe it got kind of convoluted, but
probably did. I know I was going to do that.
We talked about just trying to do it with just us for now and getting that down before we elevated it to anything else. But we need to clarify it because it's in the minutes, and you know, staff's going to do what we say. So is that the case where we would take that out for now? So, you know, staff knows what they have to do to set this up.
Yes.
Mayor Ward, I'd love to comment. I recall that we were going to find a way for, you know, have Mr. Sun find a way to have the speaker come in and present if they wanted to, and then also still allow for a comment to be provided the way they are now. So we were going to look into both options. That's what I recall. But perhaps the city clerk can look back on the record and report back.
Well, we need to clarify because we can't let the minutes go by. So does anyone else?
That's what I remember. We're conflicted on what we recall. So
the other compounding thing, you know, it was our understanding that it would just be council at this time, and that without the public, and we did advertise a public hearing saying that the city council will be meeting at the community center. However, public attendance is not permitted at this time. So
so that would kind of go along with what we're remembering.
Okay. So whoever typed this was incorrect then, you're saying, city clerk?
How do the minutes read?
The understanding that speakers would be permitted, but an audience will not be allowed.
So I know we had that discussion.
And that actually is the way that I had understood it, but interim city manager Sund, I believe you indicated that there would be no public. So we did advertise the public hearing that way. So we need to get that squared away.
Okay, so if, you know, going along with what I remember Mayor Pro Tem Jean James said is, you know, that let us just try it with us and we get that down, and then we'll move forward with, you know, more and allowing the public to come in, because it, you know, it would take a lot to add that for now, you know, protocols on cleaning a microphone and who's going to let them in and, you know, all of that. So that's what I remember. And that's why I wanted to ask, does any other council, does anyone have a concern of not doing that for now? Just leaving it as the council for this next meeting?
Well, Mayor Ward, we're going to have staff, because this was an item I placed on the last agenda. So the follow-up was for the interim city manager to give us a report on the logistics, right, in terms of the protocols being implemented, and his follow-up. I know I gave him the information for the board, clerk of the board for the county, and he was going to follow up with her. But he's giving an update under his city manager comments on, you know, what was determined, including the CJPIA review of the room.
So,
and I voted accordingly because we did talk about the speaker being able to come in with a mask, and give a talk. But I'm ready to open up if we have to in this limited way, just as long as we get the ball rolling. So I won't object to changing what happened. It's fine with me.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other council member weigh in. Okay, so let's change that to, just so the minutes reflect that speakers in person are not permitted, or just take that part out. I just don't want to give people mixed
Yes.
information.
Okay, sure, I'll do that.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
with that, I will move item 6A2. And I need a second.
Second.
Second, go ahead.
Second by Councilmember Duncan.
Okay. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And that carries 5-0. The next item will be item G.
No, actually, it's 6B1, Madam Clerk, and I believe the public pulled that.
Oh, you're right. That it is B1. That's the Planning Commission minutes.
Would you like me to go ahead and read the comment?
Yes.
Yes.
This comment is from Larry Culbertson with the San Clemente Historical Society. Dear Council, on January 20th, the Planning Commission approved a project that we believe will be detrimental to San Clemente. The project would convert the former San Clemente Art Supply into an event center and cafe. The Historical Society is supportive of adaptive reuses of historic buildings, and overall, we think that this project could be a positive for San Clemente. The part of this project that has raised our concern from the beginning is the walling in of the garden on the west side of the historic building. The proposed wall would be a 7-foot stucco wall on the front property line. We believe that the partial blockage of the view of this important historic building would be detrimental to the furtherance of historic preservation. The applicant has adamantly refused to lower the height of the wall or push it back from the front property line. The project is not consistent with our guidelines. It is in a mixed pedestrian automobile district. The guidelines provide for these districts to have low garden walls, and that they should provide a continuous building edge or a combination of building and pedestrian open space at the sidewalk. A 7-foot wall is not a contiguous building edge. A building has interesting architectural details that a wall does not offer. It is worth noting that in residential zones, there is a 42-inch height limit on solid walls or fences anywhere in the front yard setback. The idea is to create an open, friendly, and inviting streetscape, one that showcases the yards and homes along the street. The mixed pedestrian automobile district has no such restriction. The commission could allow a wall of any height right on the front property line. This does not make sense. It is just as important, maybe more so, to showcase our businesses, not hide them behind an 84-inch wall at the front property line. Please consider have the Planning Commission take another look at this project. And that concludes public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. So Madam Clerk, I have a procedure question. Is this the time where council should talk about it, this particular item?
Yeah, should decide whether you want to call it up.
Okay, so, I looked into this extensively, and I think I do want to call it up. I think there could be some compromise, and for the wall, I understand why they want it, but I am familiar that the Miramar Theater and the bowling alley, that it was a requirement that part of that wall be not completely closed in, maybe have some wrought iron in order to not, put the historic resource to block, the architectural features. So I think there's some protocol for this, and this historic structure in North Beach should probably be under the same. And I apologize, I couldn't find out what the wall is for the event center in southeast San Clemente. I know the council did approve that, but I'm just not sure how tall that wall is. So see, am I able, Scott, to just ask that, just a quick question on that of staff?
Just for clarification, but being careful not to pre-debate the entitlement.
No, I am trying to be aware of that. So Cecilia, do you remember for the La Ventana property, what that wall is?
I am not certain on that wall height. I know that they had requested a gate or a fence to protect the property. I've got Gabe here as well. Gabriel Perez, our city planner, and I don't know if Gabe has any information on the height of that wall.
I don't, but if the council is going to have some discussion on this, I can do some quick research and see if I can pull it up the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, we just can't have too much of a conversation on it. I think it's worth, because of, prior how we've handled these walls with historic structures, I think it's worth calling it up. So I'd like to do that.
I think Steve is talking.
I can't remember if we need a second on that or consent.
Madam Mayor, we have two items: the approval of the minutes, and then you're calling up the decision that the Planning Commission made for reconsideration. Two different matters.
Right.
I'm prepared to move the approval of the minutes as a separate item to your
Okay, I'll remember that motion. So, is there any other council member that wants that to be pulled up? No, doesn't look like it. Okay, so I will drop that. But I have another item on 6B2 that I want to talk about. I'm sorry, it's 6B1.
Okay.
And that would be page 2 of 6B1. And it's item B, the speed cushions on Esplanade. I have a concern on these that this was approved to go forward without meeting the qualifications, the speed percentile. There's some questions that were not, and the Planning Commission tried to flag those for us, I believe. But it kind of goes with, we can't put in, if somebody wants something like a stop sign, the city can't do it just because somebody wants it. There actually has to be it has to meet the qualifications to do it. And so I'm thinking that the speed cushions are just that, and maybe we just need to hear a little bit more. But if you remember, the council voted, we have cones in the middle. We've stopped all left turns to that street. And if it's not meeting the percentile for the qualifications, I'm thinking it's something kind of like the stop sign, that we shouldn't be putting things in that if it doesn't qualify. So I'd like to call that item up to just hear more of information. I don't know if staff has any comments. Scott, on a legal issue, we're not legally allowed to put in a stop sign if it doesn't meet the requirements.
Mayor
So
Ward,
it's kind of like that.
Mayor Ward, Cecilia Gardo Daly, Community Development Director, and I know Gabriel is still there to address this as well. But my understanding is that this will be going before the City Council, so I don't believe that there is a need to call it up. Tom Vonnegut looks like he's also available to address this issue or question.
Tom, can you clarify that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Ward, and for the council and members of the public. Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director. So this is consistent with a council approved policy. When in some cases, speed humps don't meet it based on the technical criteria, there is a provision for what we call a residential override. And as Cecilia mentioned, this will have to come to you for approval. It was a planning commission recommendation for approval. So already you will see this, and then we could go into, I'll provide more background on the process that for the council's benefit.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. So it doesn't need to come up. So we have a motion to approve the minutes by Councilmember Knobloch, and I will go ahead and second that approval.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Okay, that carries 5-0. The next item is item G. And that item is the license agreement for 3 ballot drop boxes in the city.
Yeah, so I pulled that because I had a conversation with interim manager, city manager's son today in regards to that. These things are incredibly ugly. I don't like them to begin with, but what I want to know, and I believe Eric has reached out to the county on this before I vote on this. Are we allowed to move these, reposition these things possibly to the city yard?
Mayor Pro Tem Gene James, Mayor, members of the City Council. I did have an opportunity to connect with City Clerk Joanne Bade, who oversees that process. The short answer is we don't know the answer to those questions, and that Joanne will be working with the county to see if we can remove them and store them and replace them when directed by the Register of Voters to place them for votes, or B, can we relocate it in a different location within our parking lot to be more accessible? And so the clerk will work with the county, and then I can report back to the City Council under City Manager comments with those updates. I think, if I may, the direction would be that if we could do one of the two, to please do so if the county allows us to do that. Is that correct?
Yeah, preferably out of sight, out of mind for something that we use for 3 weeks every 2 years. I don't understand why we just can't move them to the city yard. So if you and Joanne can sort that out and get back with us at the next council meeting, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes. Which ones are you concerned with? Which parking lot?
All 3 of them. They're just kind of an eyesore. It'd be good to move them to the city yard. So that's where I'm coming from.
And the one about possibly relocating within parking lot. Which parking lot are you talking about?
Well, that's Eric's idea. So I'll let Eric address that.
Okay, the one thing that I will say, it's more than once every 2 years, because the voting drop boxes are for all elections, just not city elections. So they would be moved back and forth possibly 2 times a year.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Still,
I could certainly ask them, see how they feel about that.
Yeah, I still think it would be a reasonable thing to move them out of sight, out of mind. Thank you.
And that would be that the county would move them to our lot, or city.
I think the city could move. Eric, am I correct? The city is perfectly capable of moving.
If we got permission, the city would be able to manage the relocation or removal of them and redeploying them when appropriate.
Okay.
So
yeah, they are large and bulky and right in front of the entranceway. So,
and Jean, I'd like to add to that. I'd like clarification of the original agreement, because I did not believe that the county register of voters was going to leave these in our city. I don't think we agreed to that.
No, we didn't.
So, possibly they're trying to do it to save funds, but we agreed to block our entrances and put them there. on a short-term basis, and I think that needs to be clarified.
No, it was a permanent. It was for permanent placement. This
Okay.
is true countywide.
Okay. Well, I saw an issue at City Hall with people trying to get out of their car and go up to them. So I think they need to be in a better spot to access them. So, all right. So, Jean, I agree with that then. Do you want to move that item?
I'm not sure we need to move the item. We just need I just want a commitment that we're going to try to move these boxes. And if we can't, we're stuck with them. So I don't think we particularly need to move it. I just wanted to discuss it.
So are you pulling it for a future meeting then? Because we have to do something with it.
Yeah, I'd like to pull it for the next meeting and discuss it then. Joanne and Eric should have an answer by then.
Okay. I'll second that. Joanne, do you need a vote on that?
Yes. Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson?
No.
Councilmember Noblock?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Aye.
And Mayor Ward?
Aye.
That carries 4-1. Okay, next item is item H. That's contract award, geotechnical design services related to slope rehabilitation adjacent to the Linda Lane pump station.
Madam Mayor, I ask that this matter be pulled. I have a concern that that in contracts of this sort, we have as a city a pretty long-standing habit of coming back with additional costs. And looking at this one, I'm sure Dave can give us a good explanation regarding the request for additional funds, but this contract was entered into for involving bluff stabilization, a report on bluff stabilization, and updates to the geo map. The request for additional funds are to do geotech design work. It seems to me that should have already been included in part and parcel of the original contract. I could be wrong on that, but that's my concern. Also, there's a request for additional meetings with the Coastal Commission and charges for that. The original contract involved Coastal Commission approval, which involves meetings with the governmental entity. So, the fact that this engineering firm has been involved with this project since 2015 for 5 years. So it just seems to me that as a city, and Dave, I'd like to hear your comment on the need for this increase. But it seems to me that we ought to be more diligent in our contracting so that when we enter into contract, we have a goal in mind, and that all things that reasonably pertain to achieving that goal should be included in the contract. And one of the items that is going to come up later, the contract templates, also involves standard contracts where timeframes are listed, but the goal of the project's not. I've talked to our city attorney about this. And my comment simply is, Madam Mayor, that I believe we should be far more diligent when we contract for such large amounts that we incorporate those items that are reasonably foreseeable to complete the goal of the project. So with that being said, I would like to hear a brief description from Dave on the increase, and then we'll go from there.
Yes, Councilmember Knobloch, there's a good explanation to what happened here. This is kind of an unusual one. This is a long-standing project that's been going on for a number of years. And the $46,207 increase request should have been included in the original PSA, or professional services agreement. It was an oversight, and I noticed it when I went to pay the bill. The cost is for previously completed work that is included in the operating amendment with the city and the 3 property owners above Linda Lane Pump Station. So it was an oversight and should have been completed. or should have been included in the original work or professional services agreement. And the work has already been completed, and it's the city's responsibility as part of the operating amendment to pay these costs at this time.
Well,
Your point is
said,
well taken.
Thank you for the explanation. I just think I'd like to encourage all of our department heads and executive staff, when we enter into these contracts, please look at the goal we're trying to achieve and incorporate into the language of the agreement. I guess I'm directing this a little bit to Scott, because I guess you have to review these contracts to make sure the goal that we want to achieve is properly described. It's like contracting to build a house and then coming back and saying, oh, by the way, we need a roof and that's going to be extra. You know, these things should be foreseeable. I'm only bringing this up because it's been a perpetual frustration of mine. I was on the council for 3 years. I tell you, I didn't see one contract, not one. There may have been one, but I can't recall it, where they'd come back with a change order to boost the rates significantly. It's a practice that I think as folks that are responsible for the taxpayer dollars, we just need to be a little more diligent on. So with that explanation, Dave, thank you. I'll make the motion, but again, I just want to encourage staff or department heads to please be a little more diligent. These contracts, we pass them out like candy, but they come back to haunt us, so we need to really be careful. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve item H.
Second.
As recommended.
Motion by Councilmember Noblock, second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0. Okay. Next is item L, that's city contract templates.
Mayor Ward, I pulled this not because I particularly have a concern about it, but I think there was a lot of staff work that went into this. To a large degree, to some degree, it will also, I think, make our entire contracting process more uniform. But I would like the interim city manager's son to kind of give us some background on this, how this came about, the amount of staff time that went into this. And unless another council member points out some picadillo here, I will be very inclined to make a motion to approve this. Mr. Sun?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem James. So, Mayor, members of the council, when we, the city, transitioned from Rattan Tucker to Best and Krieger, one of the things that we had set as a goal was to revisit all of our contracts and look at new agreements that were necessary to come up with standard templates. There had been probably significant time lapse from the last standard agreements we had under Rattan Tucker in terms of them being looked at from an indemnification standpoint, making sure that they're aligned to current public contract codes, et cetera. And so once BBK got settled as the city attorney post their award, we staff started working on those templates. And as you can see from the report, there's a number of templates that we've created. This was a collaborative effort, so it involved all the executive team because obviously Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director, and Dave Rebensdorf, Utilities Director, have a lot of contracts that would be touching these templates, so they were involved. We involved the JPIA to look at our indemnity language. And so these are a product of a number of people. I specifically want to give a shout out to the executive team, Hannah Thordahl, our risk manager, and Matthew Schmiesel, our management analyst, who got this to the finish line tonight before you. And so it's a good thing. Once approved, these will be the standardized contracts. There will be no deviation from those. If there's a deviation, it will be called out as part of the agenda report brought back to the council when recommending authorization to execute said agreement. And so we're really glad that we got these updated and cleaned up. And with that, I'll push pause. Actually, I will back up one moment and out of respect to former Mayor Steve Schwartz, that we also were diligent in looking at our performance bond section within these, because that was something that he was very, very passionate about. If anyone talked to Steve for more than 15 minutes, the word bond always came up, and that's a good thing. And so I'm also proud to say that these agreements have all those performance bond things that he had also wanted as well. Thank you.
Have we ever looked at the possibility of having one official within the city being, for lack of a better word, purchasing and procurement, rather than Dave having his piece, Tom having his piece, and whatever other pieces are out there? Have we ever actually looked at having a purchasing department?
So some years ago, our structure was a little bit like that before I came, where we did have a purchasing officer who worked in the FAS department and worked on contracts and so forth. I can tell you, being a purchasing and contracts kind of professional before coming to the city of San Clemente, it's always something that is nice to maintain consistency, to detach the department from bid scenarios so that there's no, allegations of favoritism and so forth. The downside to that from the end user, be it the departments, is this adds a little bit of time to their project in terms of having to wait for the centralized approach to process it wherever it is in the queue. And so there's gives and takes to that. We, the city of San Clemente, could definitely look at that if that was council's direction. I think, there's a lot of pros and cons to it, but I do feel when you centralize your purchasing and contracts, the pro is you maintain consistency in your bid processes, as well as you also can provide some, I'll say, neutrality to the departments to just work on the end of the award and not have to be involved in the procurement process.
So if I hear you correctly, you would not be opposed to this. You would think that there is some merit behind this idea.
Absolutely.
So with that, I'm going to have two motions.
Under discussion, I don't mean to interrupt your motion.
No, you're good.
Just a quick question on the on the templates. I think it's a great idea. I did notice that in the contract for items under $25,000, there was a date for the contract to be effective, but again, there was no reference to a goal or specific project. So even though these are standardized agreements, and I think it's a great idea, it increases our library, makes everything far more efficient. We need to incorporate into those standard agreements specific goals and objectives to be accomplished by the people that we hire, consultants, contractors, and otherwise. So I would just say, even though you mentioned the wording won't change but when the wording isn't in there, it needs to be included. So I just want to make that point. And I'll second your motion, Jane.
Councilmember Knobloch, your point is made, and that would be something that would be expanded upon within the scope of services to clearly identify the goals and objectives of the services that are being contracted. So well noted, sir.
So I believe I still have to read the motion. Approve the 6 contract templates and direct staff to implement into all city-related transactions where applicable.
Second.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And that carries 5-0.
So, Madam Clerk, I have that as all of the items pulled from the consent calendar.
Yeah. Okay. Then moving on to unfinished business.
Gene, did you want to make a second motion?
I was thinking about that. I would like to make a motion that staff comes back with a proposal on whether we should actually have a purchasing and contracting officer. And my only hesitation there is I would want to do adding staff. And so if staff could come back second meeting in March and make a recommendation with that, that is my motion.
And include the cost.
Exactly.
Any other ways that you have of figuring out how to do this?
As well as any, and I don't know if we need a substitute motion, but as well as sort of an analysis of the effectiveness of this in other cities and municipalities.
Just for clarification, Mayor Pro Tem, your audio went out for a second. You said you would be in favor of this, but not adding new staff, correct?
Without adding staff.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But include what Councilmember Duncan said, how it applies to our city and how it's going to, work better, what the issues are, pro and con.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I think we need a second to that.
I'll second that.
Second by Councilmember Noblock.
Okay. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And that carries 5-0. Moving on to unfinished business. The first item is report from the interim city manager concerning reconsideration of the 24 carats lease amendment for operations at the Hanson Beach Club. And we do have at least 2 comments on this item.
Okay, let's hear the public comments first.
Okay, the first comment is anonymous, and it reads, I agree with council's previous vote of 4-1 in favor of extending the contract to 24 carats. I haven't heard anything negative about 24 carats, so I can only assume they have been doing a great job supporting this venue. I also like the fact that they are all inclusive. They provide everything needed to put on an event. I was a wedding coordinator for 5 years at a local restaurant, and many chose that option because of the fact that they didn't have to provide their own tables, chairs, linens, etc. We even did the cake. There was a specific menu at the restaurant and people were fine with it. It makes it much easier when planning. Given the current state of the COVID crisis and the amount of business that has probably already been lost to 24 carats, I think it's only fair to extend their contract at this time. The next comment is from Stephen Marshall. While it is important that taxpayers have access to pool at the Hanson Beach Club, I understand there is an opportunity for the city to make revenue, something that Laura Ferguson is very concerned about, by renting out the facility out after hours. While 24 carats has had some issues in the past with noise in our North Beach neighborhood, they have mostly cleaned up their act. I understand the idea of wanting to give other caterers the opportunity to use the facility, but I'm gravely concerned if that happens, there will be a lack of consistency and accountability when it comes to noise issues caused by this property being used as a wedding venue. Also, what happens as far as exclusive rights if the property is being intermittently rented out? Are we going to have homeless people camped out on the rear grass area again? 24 carats has been the operator here for a while, and I'm sure part of the reason they want to ensure noise levels stay down is so they don't lose this exclusive lease agreement with the city. If you take the carrot off the stick, so to speak, from 24 carats tonight, there's no more reason for them or anyone else to ensure noise levels are kept at a minimum and us residents will suffer. Also, if you give an exclusive lease agreement to 24 carats, then the revenue is guaranteed to the city, regardless if the catering company utilizes the property or not. The problem when you bring other operators into the picture is the revenue will not be guaranteed unless it's being rented out. I say extend their lease as you have in the previous meeting and make sure there is a clause in the lease agreement that says that the lease can be terminated by the city if they violate the noise ordinances. If they are an irresponsible operator, then by all means terminate the lease and allow another caterer to use the property. And that's it for public comments.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So Steve, go ahead.
Yes, I asked for this matter to come up. My concern was that the local caterers, my concern was that we were pushing this contract too far into the future. The 5-year extension wasn't even up yet. We granted a number of items, rent concessions, which I'm agreeable with, because I think it's unfair to charge someone rent when we literally shut down the operation that we're renting to them. And we also gave some additional time, but at the same time, we extended this contract for 5 years. I'm in favor of abating rent from March 2020 through August 6th when it quasi opened again, and having a downward adjustment during this period of time on a condition And it was discussed before, but I'm not sure we anchored it down. We anchored part of it down with a condition that that if the tenant receives any rent concessions from any COVID grants that are being issued relating to rent, that we receive an assignment. And one thing that wasn't included was we also receive an assignment if they have a business interference coverage. I know it was discussed and suggested that that coverage may not be available, but I think nationally there's going to be a lot of litigation and a lot of appeals of lower court decisions to the contrary. So my position on this, Mayor Ward, would be that we grant a abatement for the 6 months, that we give them 1 year extension to allow their weddings to catch up because they were all pushed back a year. And that was a concern at our last meeting. But that we wait to extend for another 5 years until that time frame comes up. We basically gave them a 5-year extension 1 year in advance. And I just think we ought to stick as close to the contract as possible. So sorry for that rambling discussion, but that would be my recommendation as we reconsider this matter.
Okay, and then I also had that you had the concerns about whether they get any grants or
an assignment of any grants that they receive for rents, that those be forwarded to make up the rent that we're forgiving. And also on their insurance policy, if they have a business interference provision claim that they've made, if that claim is appealed and is successful, that specific claim be assigned to the city as well.
Okay, so let me ask staff a couple of those questions. Did we give the lease 1 year early? I don't recall it being that late, but I don't remember. So did we do it 1 year early? When was their lease up?
Or I can respond to that question, Mayor Ward. The lease was set to the first term, the 5-year term, ends at the end of this year. I believe it's early October of 2021. The tenant and city, within the terms of the contract, would not normally be requesting an extension until 6 months prior to that time frame. So the normal window would have been after April of 2021, but given the unique setting of requesting abatement and COVID, et cetera, that's part of why it's coming early, a few months early.
Okay, thank you. So the other question is there anything in their lease about if they, with us giving an abatement of the rent, if they got covered by insurance or they received a grant, is there anything in there that says that they would have to then, make it up to the city?
Sure. I did discuss that exact topic with BBK because I was aware that we had several grant opportunities coming up. And so using them as a resource, we worded that in a way that there is a provision where any rents that are abated are not considered to be forgiven should the tenant receive some form of grant that is used to supplement rent or unpaid rent. So we do have a provision existing where they would be able to then pass through unpaid rent in awarded grants back to the city.
Well, it's not in the lease; it's in the proposed modification.
Correct.
And it does not include a business interference claim.
Correct.
So to answer your question, Mayor Ward, that language was in the proposed amendment. I was just expanding it a little bit.
Okay. And then my other question, and I don't know if staff knows this, I thought it was interesting when I saw the lease or the proposed use for the art building in North Beach, that it was Lease that is going to provide the catering for that location. And I believe Lease also provides the catering for the other wedding event center in Southeast, the La Ventana. And I'm going to ask you if you recall that.
I am aware that I have a lease does provide the catering for La Ventura. I was not aware of the current arrangement for the new project.
I took it as an arrangement because they wrote in a letter of saying that they approved the project, and it seemed to be all of the people that were contracting with it. And so I read that as it, but I wanted to make that aware to the council that La Ventana down in Southeast has a catering contract with Lease, so that it's quite common for them to pair up with a catering service for these events and to have the same person. So Councilmember Noblock has asked for this to be reconsidered. And I would ask if there's any other council members.
Go ahead, Councilmember James was first.
Yeah, Mayor Ward. Actually, Councilmember Noblock landed pretty much where I was 2 weeks ago on this. He did add the business interruption insurance indemnification, so I like that part. There's no doubt that 24 Karat has performed wonderfully. I have yet to hear anyone talk about a negative experience with 24 Karat. Now tomorrow morning my email will blow up. But honestly, you know, I think they've performed very well. They have brought in, and Mr. Sund or Mr. Lightfoot, correct me, they have brought in an average of $18,000 a month, and their commitment to the city was $15,000 a month. With that, I'm very much in favor, because this is where I was 2 weeks ago at our last council member meeting, is granting a 1-year extension. So I would be very much in favor of that. My only thing is, as much mail as we received about this, and as much as this has been on social media, it's amazing that no other caterers have come to us to want to compete for the business. But I think just from a business perspective, it would be wise of us to do the 1-year extension, and you know, 6 months from now, or whenever that time period is, I guess it'd be about 9 months from now, start an RFP process and see if anyone else wants to bid for the business. With that being said, I'm very satisfied with what 24 Karat has done, but I think it's just fair to open it up at the end of this 5 years.
That was my main concern, Mayor Pro Tem. I have no complaint with 24 Karat. It was just granting a 5-year extension so early before the time that it was necessary. We've given them concessions, and I think they're totally appropriate. So that was my concern, that we hold off the 5-year until it's time.
Clarify then.
Mayor Ward?
Is it really truly a 1-year extension? Go ahead, Councilmember Duncan.
I just I have no problem with the indemnity or even the paying back of the grant, although even there I don't see the value in it, because again, this would be sort of money in hand for them right now. They've already pledged to pay us back at the end of the full term of the agreement, which I think was very good of them. I think we've got to give them the full 5-year extension. They have been a terrific tenant, a revenue generating source, which is exactly what we were looking for after we remodeled the beach house. We gave them this, if not for COVID, we would have routinely approved the next 5 years. Nobody would have thought anything of it. So they've come to us for help, reasonably so. And they need to know well into the future, multiple years into the future, that they're going to have the contract so that they can book now for these weddings that keep getting rolled over. So a 1 year does not give them any of that clarity. I think we want to show that we're business friendly. We want to show that we reward tenants who not only come through but exceed our expectations. This is a perfect opportunity to do that. I think it's telling that there has not been much other legitimate interest from caterers. I think they get that 24 Carats is a perfect fit for this location. And so, you know, I will only vote for giving them the amendment to give the full 5 years. I think that's what they deserve. And I think it would really behoove the city to show that this is how we respond compassionately and smartly when our good business partners come to us for help.
So my question to that is, so they, in regards to giving them multiple years so they can plan multiple years in advance, that almost ensures that they will always be that vendor. How do we get around that?
If at the end of the next 5-year term, Gene, they have not performed now, and we've come through the pandemic, and they've had years at that point to show that they, you know, show their stuff. They are not. Okay, at that point, we could say, let's open it back up. Now we've gotten back to normal. They've not performed. Let's look at other options. But that's not where we are right now. We're looking at, you know, they're frankly desperate. They were functioning well. COVID-19 has hit the wedding planning business probably as hard as anything. You just can't get together and do any of the things they were doing. Remember, they've taken the responsibility of doing all the planning that city used to do, right? So we don't have to think about it anymore. They do all that stuff. We don't have to do the tours or open it up. They handle all of that. And all of that's been interrupted. So we anticipate in this coming year, we'll come out of this. They'll start being able to schedule weddings and micro weddings first, and then moving into larger ones. And then eventually they'll get back on their feet and be able to pay us back. And yeah, but if that's not true, and we get to the end of the next 5 years and they aren't performing and there's no other reason why at that point, then I think we, at that point, look to potentially some other options. But I don't think this is the time. I mean, it seems like we're using COVID-19 as a chance to kind of open up the bidding process with them now that they're kind of in a tough spot. And I don't think that shines well on us. So I would really support going for the full 5 years, giving them that chance to show us that they can kind of move through this and eventually pay us back.
Yeah, I disagree with that analysis. I agree this is not the time to grant them a 5-year extension. COVID has hit them. They've asked for relief. We've given them relief. The 5-year extension timeframe isn't even up yet. To address their concern, I'm recommending, as we did last time, give them another year before their 5-year extension is up. What we're saying is let's not give them six years. And the fact that other businesses haven't inquired, they have no reason to inquire. They've got an exclusive contract, and we'll have for at least another year or two to go, a year and a half anyway. So we're not impeding. We're being very business friendly by rolling out the red carpet, waiving rent, reducing rent, giving them an additional year before their 5-year even opens up. But to extend it now, I just think is not good business, and it doesn't give, as Gene mentioned, the other potential businesses the opportunity. And it may not arise, Chris. We may decide that we're not even interested in an RFP when their 5 years is up because they're doing a great job. I just want to address the COVID issue and not leap ahead multiple years ahead of where we need to be. That's all.
Okay, so one thing that I did not notice, Councilmember Ferguson, 1 second. Can we wait on your question to hear? I didn't realize that Lynn Wagner is on the call, and also staff is here, and Mr. Sund. Can it wait? After they speak, can you ask your question, or do you want to do it now?
Who, me?
Yes.
Well, no, I'd like to speak now because all the other members have, done so, and I've been trying to. Thank you, Mayor Ward. Well, I was the dissenting vote on this last time, not objecting to waiving the rent by any means, and also not criticizing this company for performance because they do a very good job. My point was that other companies don't have an opportunity to cater here. So it's about choice, it's about competition, and it's also about public access. As I mentioned at the prior meeting when this was taken up, our pool was is closed completely to the public on Sundays. So no one can swim on Sundays. And of course, there were other types of recreation programs that were offered there out on the deck in the past, such as yoga. But that said, 24 Carats is a premier catering company, as are other restaurant tours in town and caterers. As you know, the Casa Romantica is a public asset, much like the beach club, the Ole Hanson Beach Club, a public asset, belongs to the people, right? And Ole Hanson has a wonderful model. They have 6 approved vendors on there for people to choose from. So choice, right? Variety and competition. It allows the prices to be better for people in their budget when they have their events. So a case in point, about a couple weeks ago, a resident in town, he had written me, and he had given me an example of how he wanted to have a retirement party for his wife at the historic beach club. And the price for the dinner for the 85 guests was $208, okay, per guest, and not within his budget. And so he went to the Bella Colina and did pretty much a comparable meal, chicken, for about 65 bucks. So quite a difference. A beautiful party that he had, but didn't have the ocean view that he was seeking, of course. And then he had an event, another example he provided, he had a wedding for one of his daughters at the Casa Romantica. Again, there are 6 approved vendors there that he could choose from. And he, of course, was able to choose one within the budget and had a beautiful wedding there. But if he didn't have that choice, right, costs stay static and very high. So there's a lot of people that don't have an opportunity to use these public facilities that they want to use. They're beautiful ocean views, they're historic, and they belong to this community, and they can't use them if they don't have competition. So that's a big problem. And yes, there are private wedding caterers or wedding event companies, as you mentioned, Mayor Ward, the La Ventana on the south end of town, and they have one vendor that provides the food, but that's private. That's not a facility, a building that's owned by the taxpayers. And it's important to me that, number one, people have access to their facilities, and number two, that we have competition, and third, we have choice, and local restaurants, caterers can participate and have an opportunity to have business at these places, and it's a win-win for everyone. And that's not just San Clemente, it could be surrounding communities too, including 24 Carats can be on a list. Again, that Casa Romantica model is what I think is just ideal for everyone. So, and I totally would support the additional year. I know I did ask the representative from 24 Carats what we could do to be able to accommodate all of their weddings that of course couldn't happen. And the representative had indicated they need another year, which they're booked out, basically would take them through 2022. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor Ward.
Mayor, members of the City Council, if I may. Oh, we're on mute, Mayor. Just a couple of comments, and then I'll allow Lynn Wagner or Norm, I know the owner for 24 Carats, is on the line as well. And I don't disagree with any of the council members' comments. I do want to clarify a couple of things in terms of where we're at today. So yes, 24 Carats asked for an earlier advancement on executing the renewal of the next 5-year term. It's important to note that when we went out to RFP, we did do a competitive process. Local vendors did participate in that RFP process. And at the end of the day, the council at that time deliberated on choosing the vendor that you have before you in an executed agreement that had 5-year renewal terms in there. Now, understanding that there's obviously changes within council that maybe want to relook at revisiting that, I will say from a staff perspective, from specifically a financial perspective, as well as a service perspective, 24 Carats has exceeded our expectations, both from a service level standpoint as well as a revenue standpoint. And I think that's something to be said. Our venue is a very unique venue. And so while we can look at other event centers, no event center has the characteristic or the location of the Ole Hanson Beach Club. And that in itself is something that the previous council felt was a pristine gem to the community and the city. And he wanted to really, I'll say, promote that through the award of a vendor to be both a wedding and event coordinator as well as a caterer. Now, I know that there's a want to look at only renewing for up to a year or possibly looking at potentially going out to RFP. I would say from a staff perspective, a year is too quick for the staff in terms of being able to appropriately gear up for an RFP. We have a number of other priorities in front of us. Looking to the Mayor Pro Tem's comments, what I would like to propose is, yes, I think a 5-year agreement, but I would like it to be in 2.5-year intervals, coming back to the council to report on performance and to provide updates to what's doing well and what's not. And at those intervals, the council could make the decision to go, you know what, we're going to go ahead and look to do an RFP and give 24 Carats ample time in advance before moving forward with another RFP process for that, which I think that would give staff a lot more time to prepare appropriately from a resource standpoint. I think it would be an appropriate olive branch to a high-performing contractor who's been engaged with the city of San Clemente for 5 years. I know they asked early for it, but we already know the reason for that, and that is because they have events that are being asked for, but they don't have the facility under contract, so they're obviously hesitant to engage in any type of agreement when the facility is not under their contract. And so I would offer that up as a reasonable step that staff could wholeheartedly support. And I even believe, and I don't want to speak for Lynn, but I think that would be something that she would probably be very amicable to and help us transition to a different platform if that was the council's direction to do so. With that, I'll stop and allow Lynn to add any other additional comments that she feels are relevant.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello. As was noted, yes, I think that we were quite honestly a bit blindsided for the pushback in terms of our extension, given the reason that has been noted, that we were looking for the future and the future success of the property and seeing how this next year, even extending a year, we are still moving our clients into the next year and rolling, and even another year extension, we have about 60% of our 2021, our 2020 brides that are moving. And it's looking now, as we're looking through the year, that is going to extend again, and they are going to have to postpone once again. And when we first signed our contract, the idea of the 5 terms were based off of a merit-based. And as said, we've overexceeded our expectations. When we suggested this, we thought it was kind of a no-brainer to help us succeed further. We were quite surprised that there was this pushback on it, given our agreement with the city and what we were told when we entered this contract and going through the RFP. The initial term was actually 10 years when we first returned our RFP, and it was, they asked if we were amicable to 5 years based on a performance, and we said absolutely, we know that we will succeed, we will do this, and we were amicable to that adjustment. And so again, we put this in our request for the abatement, assuming it was kind of a no-brainer so that we could push these clients and book out and make sure that we can ensure the future success of the property. And so that said, yes, the more time that we have to prepare, the more time that we know that we are going to be applying again for the RFP, that we are going to have to let our clients know that these dates are possibly not available. The more time that we have that available for them is better for the success of the property, as well as better customer service to the clients. As well as the notation on the multiple vendors available, that is a completely different business plan that would require the city to hire staff and have people available to show the property. I'm happy to share kind of what the costs are for us to do this. It is quite extensive in order to support the property. I pulled together a presentation. I don't know if we are doing the presentations. I'm happy to kind of go through. I highlighted some of those things that I can showcase that if we do have the time for that. Is that available, Jonathan, to pull up? I can kind of go through those one by one and kind of show the extent of what a business plan like that would be. And so on Eric's note, I would say that opening it up and kind of giving that timeline that if there is going to be an open RFP, I think both for the city as well as for us, that would be the best way. Because if you're going to bring it in-house and have multiple vendors available, that is going to be a completely different business plan to pull together. So yes, so we can kind of go to the next slide at this point. I don't know how to control this here, but I kind of I noted this as we're talking, we've exceeded expectations. The majority of our events are postponed. I know there was this idea that we are not local. We truly feel in our hearts and how we've served the community that we are local. We support the community and its residents and its businesses as much as we possibly can. We can go to the next slide because a lot of this we've kind of talked through already, but this shows our events that we've done over the last few years once we were up and running. And I think it's kind of important to note that once we received the approval on December 15th, there was a sigh of relief for both our clients and our managers on site. And we opened the books to say, yes, you can move your events, we can book new. And we were able to, in just those 30 days between the two meetings, we booked 12 new clients, we booked 12 new people that were able to secure these dates and have that. We have about, over the last 6 months, we have received 1,000 leads that I'll kind of show how we procure those. It is an immense effort to get those leads, and the 1,000 different people in the last 6 months vying for all these spots, just extending another year, there's not enough dates to fill this. If we are still, our heart is to the people who have had to move. So we are filling those dates first with the people that have had to postpone, but we need more money in order to keep the property going. So we need to continue this and we need to have those dates open so that we can book those future clients into 2023 and beyond. We can continue with the next slide. So this kind of goes through just a general outlook of what it takes personnel-wise for us to run the property. We have 2 people on site 7 days a week. That's of course pre-COVID. We haven't been able to access the property as much. And those 2 managers and assistants, they do everything from taking the first inquiry to all the planning, the tours. They communicate with the community, implement policies, communicate with the pool staff, all the facility operations. We then additionally have a set crew that comes in, sets all the tables, chairs. That is something that we have purchased for the property as a value add for the venue fee. So that was separate from the city. We've also installed lighting because we had clients saying it was too dark. So we paid that as an investment into our own money to add that. We also have a cleaning crew come and they clean pre and post event. We have 2 security guards on site every day. Again, that is all through our contributions. And then additionally, we have a large team of management that oversee everything from the on-site reps to hiring and training our staff, to the managing the set crew and logistics and our marketing. And we additionally have a sales team of 10 additional people currently. We've unfortunately have had to let go of a few people due to COVID, but we currently have 10 other representatives that additionally bring in business and additionally bring in their clients based off of their relationships. We can go to the next slide. This kind of highlights what we do marketing wise. We hired a local company to create a website for us, Album Creative. That site gets 5,000 monthly visitors, 100,000 hits. We additionally highlight them on our venue page. That gets an additional 15,000 hits. We pay over around $20,000 in marketed listings. Our Instagram that we highly curate has, multiple thousands of people. Additionally, 24 Carats has nearly 30,000 followers that we all highlight the property to. We've submitted and won awards for the property to give recognition to the beautiful space that it is. And we constantly promote different industry events at the property. You can go to the next slide. And then in the community, again, I understand that while our main commissary isn't located in the city, we have been serving the residents for our 16 years that we've been in business, and we truly are embedded in the community and the culture. We have this page that says Live Like a Local. These are all accommodations that we send to all of our brides that highlight and push different locations, whether they're to stay, rehearsal dinners, after brunch. We want to push as much business as we can to the property. So as you can see with the number of events and the people that we brought in, is if you remember that, we have about 10,000 people coming to the property. In addition to having our local community book the space, given our outreach, we bring in out-of-state clients as well that are bringing business and encouraging the economy and the property as well. So as much as we love and we welcome all the community, we want the community to book their beautiful space that they have paid their tax dollars into. We additionally want to bring more business to the rest of the community, and having those out-of-town clients looking for that idyllic California location only helps boost the economy for everybody. And yeah, we do all that we can. We do resident discounts. We do a straight venue fee discount. We try and accommodate as much as we can. I'm unfamiliar specifically with the retirement party that Ms. Ferguson mentioned, but we do everything we can to meet budgets. We have been very creative. Our reps there are very wonderful to try and work it out however we can. I do too want to note on the Sunday pool timing, just because that was a comment, and I'm sure the city can speak to this too, that honestly had nothing to do with that was not our request. That came from the city. It was something to do with the city specifically and had nothing to do with our events or our request to do so. So we try to keep an open communication. We do everything we can to accommodate the city and the pool. I think it goes to say that we've tried very hard to work with that and done everything that we can to help them. So the last page is kind of just a thank you. But yeah, I think if there's any other questions in terms of why we need the 5 years, I'm happy to answer. But as Eric suggested, if we are able to extend it and have an opportunity to look forward to what an RFP process would be, I think that would only behoove both the city and us, because you would have a time to really think through what it would be to manage this property on your own, and have different vendors come in and or open an RFP to other members of the community and the industry at large.
Thank you, Lynn. Is there anyone else that would like to speak that's with 24 carats? No? So Jonathan, do you have any comments or, shed light on any of this?
Sure. I did have a brief presentation, but I'm not going to go into that. I do just want to make a couple of points from that I was going to highlight from that. The first is just to clarify that this process at this property started back in 2015. So the city didn't award a single user a contract for 20 years without going through that process, of course. So just to make that clear to the community, that in 2015, the city reached out proactively to more than 40 local businesses, as well as publicly publishing the RFP and that process in the newspaper. And as a result of that, we had 7 candidates that went through the process, and council ultimately chose amongst 4 finalists in 2016 to award the contract to 24 carats. At the time, as Lynn had mentioned, the initial recommended length of the contract was 10 years, and council had just had an issue with a vendor at our golf facilities, and because of that specific issue, chose to move to a 5-year contract with 5-year extensions beyond that. So clarifying for the community, this is not a proposal for a new lease, but was a proposal to amend an existing lease and initiate the second period of that. Additionally, there was some community confusion over the pool, and I just wanted to clarify that the pool closure on Sunday mornings was a council budget decision. So that is something that council could reevaluate at any time and direct staff to reopen the pool. Again, of course, taking into consideration any staffing needs that would require. But there's not a lease term that prevents the city from using the pool or from the public using the pool on Sunday mornings. So that was one other element that I wanted to clarify on this contract piece. Beyond that, I think that I have spoken the things that I need to speak, but I'm available for any more questions.
So Mayor Ward, I have a couple of questions for Ms. Wagner. 24 Carat owns the tables and the chairs?
Yes, we purchased all the tables and chairs. We furnished the suite.
Okay. You own the flatware, the china, the crystal, the serving dishes?
We do. Guests are welcome to choose whatever type of style that they would like. We have some in-house, and then we too work with local companies and vendors that supply unique options as well. So it depends, but we do have it in-house if people would like.
So it would not be practical. I mean, so Jonathan, my question for you is, it seems like it'd be highly impractical to have multiple vendors there. However, somehow or another, Casa Romanica does it. What's the difference? How does it work there? But I don't see how it would ever work at the beach club.
Sure, I can comment on that. The difference is that you do have to have management in place. So Casa Romantica still has a consistent daily management that's in charge of showing the property, managing bookings, etc. And then once you book with them, then you may choose from a list of different vendors. But there does still have to be that consistent presence of management at the property. And so that would be something that has to be considered if council were to open this to other vendors, is that there still does have to be a consistent presence, whether that is staff or whether we open up a new contract for a third party to manage that. That would be an element that has to be considered by council.
Ms. Wagner, I'm almost asking this tongue in cheek, but you have $250 chicken dinners?
I don't know what specifically he had requested. Hearing that number, that had to be all inclusive of the venue, the bar, the rentals, any specialty items. Our menu prices they start at $28 per person. So that's the food. And then, so this must have included staff, bar, everything included must have been his end dollar amount. There's no dish or meal that we serve that's $205.
Got it, thank you.
And Councilmember, our name was 208, not 250. Just wanted to correct that.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I could, again, this item isn't a request for the issuance of an RFP. It's not a critique or an analysis of the quality of 24 karat service. And I appreciate your presentation. Good, very well done, beautiful facility. You guys are doing a great job. My concern is that we have a contract and because of the COVID issue, what do we do? And we've extended an olive branch, we've abated rent, we've extended the lease by recommending that we extend the lease by a year because of this COVID situation to get back on track. We're not taking anything from the contract. We're adding to it. We're giving them a tremendous value. I think as a landlord, I would like to have a landlord like that if I was in a similar jam. So again, my recommendation would be that we grant a abatement on the rent for the 6 months, that we grant a 1-year extension, and with the assignment of possible rent collection, assuming they ever get any. And I would make that a motion if this is the appropriate time.
So to clarify, staff mentioned that was October of 2021. So a 1-year extension would be to October 2022.
No, I think the way I read the contract, I could be wrong. The lease is up July 15, 21. Or is that, Jonathan, when the?
It's October, I think.
It was entered July 15, 2016 for a 5-year period.
There was and forgive me if I am recollecting this incorrectly, but I believe in the delays of the construction, it may have been pushed back there may have been an addendum to push it back a few months, if I'm recalling correctly, and that's why it is October. But I'm so sorry.
I'm getting that staff report, but whether it's July or October, I have no problem with giving it a year. It's been a rough COVID time, and but the issue of timeline backing up. Every time they come up for a lease approval or for a lease extension, they're going to have the same issue. So we're giving them an extra year to deal with the COVID analysis. I think that's generous, and that'd be my recommendation. And that would be my motion.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, is there any substitute motion?
Yes, my substitute motion is to approve the amendment as originally approved at the last council meeting, to incorporate all of the rent abatement and also extend for the full 5 years. So it would expire in September 30th of 2026.
Okay, I will second that. And I will just make the comment that I was part of the council that initiated this contract, and it was quite extensive what we made them go through and hoops that they had to jump through. And it has been for the last 5 years, there has been an issue where we've really worked hard with them to keep the noise level down. That was definitely something that is important to the neighborhood. And I worked on that every year. So I think we did go to a procurement on this. And I think if we don't vote for it, we're not honoring the contract that we entered into. And I think there was good reasons why the council took the time to start this contract. So we have a motion and a second on that. And Madam Clerk, can you take a roll call vote on both of those?
Yeah.
We have just a little, some discussion on Mayor Ward and something you said.
Okay.
How are we in violation of the contract going back to 2016?
I don't think we're in violation. I just think we're not dealing with it in good faith. The council went and staff went through a big procurement for this. We took a lot of things into consideration. We made a lot of requirements. One of them was if they aren't performing, we don't have to wait the 5 years. We can terminate. And the council really made sure that that was in there. They don't just get 5 years at a time to operate, but it does give them time to plan and to ramp it up. And I just think with everything that's happened with COVID, they should have the 5 years for this time. And if we don't like it, then we change it at that point. But I am comfortable because I know the other vendors in town did try to go through this RFP and they were not successful. And I don't think there's anyone new in town that would be any different than what we already went through. And I think it's going to cost the city a lot of time and a lot of money and disrupt the operations of what we're doing right now. And with everything we're going through with COVID, I just think it's bad timing. So I'm going to be for honoring the RFP that we already did.
The RFP occurred 6 years ago, and that's been done. Clearly, they're doing a fine job. That's not the issue. We're not. I also don't disagree with your comment, Mayor Ward. We're not taking anything from the contract. In fact, we're adding to it. We're adding to it substantially, and we're adding it to it for the benefit of the operator. So, and no one's suggesting that we do an RFP at this time. There may be no need to. I'm just saying my motion doesn't include taking any rights away. It's granting substantial rights to the.
It's also to the city's benefit, Steve, right? So the contract, the amendment is structured actually so that they will pay everything back once they're able to get on their feet. So this is not a one-sided deal. It's really a partnership. And I agree with Mayor Ward. There does seem to be a little bad faith here. I mean, clearly we went out, we wanted a revenue generator, we got a revenue generator. There were some slip-ups along the way. They adjusted. The community is happy with them. And we're using COVID as sort of an excuse to kind of edge in this other option. I think we need to, stick with 24 carats, give them the chance to get back on their feet, give them that leeway. They need the time. They need multiple years, right? 1 year is not going to do anything, not going to give that certainty. And I really I strongly feel that we should, honor our agreement with them and give them the chance to again pay all this money back once they get back on their feet towards the end of the contract period.
If I may make one comment on that.
If I could respond to Chris. Chris, I couldn't disagree with you more that to suggest this is an act of bad faith. Good faith, normal faith is enforcing the terms of your contract. We don't have to give any rent abatement. We don't have to do any extensions. We don't have to do any of those things. To grant them is an act of good faith. It's a extreme bona fide act of good faith. So to suggest that because they went through an RFP 6 years ago, we're not exercising bad faith. As a lawyer, Chris, I got to say, come on.
Okay, so Lynn.
Look at the circumstances, Steve. This is not normal circumstances, okay? They are unable to operate and generate any revenue right now through no fault of their own.
Which is why we're giving them some major concessions. And they'll be entitled to their 5 years. When it comes up, they can request it and we can go through the process in due course. That's just saying we're giving them a lot. And
So Lynn, I
with
think
that.
you would like to comment.
I wanted to note on what Mr. Duncan said, that the year extension really only gives us this like ramp up time to when we can actually be performing again. I think the rest of this year, if you'd say to the end of our term of the beginning of October, looking at what the year is going to look like, most of those are going to postpone or be extremely minimized and not to the full potential. And the next year will be a ramp up. There's still going to be an uneasiness that the industry is not going to get back on its feet for several years. And so we do really feel like this 5 years, that year extension is really only a ramp up. We won't be up and running. The whole industry won't be up and running for quite some time. And we need that extension in order to really fulfill what we said we would do as your operator as well.
Okay. Well, I do remember, that was a consideration for when we started the contract, was that there was going to be a ramp up period. So, that goes along with what we agreed to prior. So if there's no more comments, I think, Madam Clerk, you should just take a roll call vote for those motions.
Okay, so the substitute motion would be voted on first. And as I understand it, that's to approve amendment number 2 to the lease as was approved at the previous meeting, incorporating rent abatement and approving a 5-year extension. Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson?
No.
Councilmember Noblock?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
No.
And Mayor Ward?
Aye.
Okay, that fails 2-3. Then going back to the original motion, I just want to double check that the intent was that to approve amendment number 2 to the lease with 6 months rent abatement and a 1-year extension. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Duncan?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Ferguson?
Yes.
Councilmember Noblock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Aye.
You said aye?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And Mayor Ward?
I'm going to be a no to be consistent.
Okay, that motion carries 3-2.
May I ask one question in this regard, in terms of the timing of our reconsidering of the extension of the term? Waiting until the end of this 2-year extension won't give us any time to book future events, to let clients know what is in the future. May we please look to set a date of looking at, that maybe we set at our set end term date in terms of what we're looking for the next 5 years, so that we have the potential to place clients, not continue booking, and work through something. So we have that distance. I don't know what needs to, I'm just asking that if this is moving forward in that way, that we will need at least a year to figure out where to put people, what we're doing, if we are not continuing the management.
So, Mr. Sun, do you have a suggestion? Because, that's why I voted no. I'm not sure how this is actually going to work.
So, Lynn, just to clarify, clarify your ask, please.
So the need is we can't wait till October 2022 to say, oh, here we're going. We're gonna have inquiries into 2023 and to beyond. We're gonna have clients we're gonna need to move. So I would ask that if we are looking at when we're extending our term, and or if it's going up to an RFP or whatever it may be, that we have at least a year in advance notice. If maybe we could do that still at October 2021, so we have that foresight to what we need to do for the future.
So if I think I hear you correctly, by October of 2021, we need to give you a notice that we're either A, contemplating an RFP, or B, we would be contemplating your next renewal option. That would be forthcoming in the next year, so that then you feel more comfortable in entertaining potential guests or bookings and reservations and so forth. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. So you can assume if someone inquires about 2023, our answer is just going to say, I don't know. And the venue is going to lose that client and we're going to lose the client.
I'm amenable to that. I'm going to look to the council because at the end of the day, this will be a council decision in October of this calendar year that you would have to make a decision as to whether you want to revisit the renewal of the next term or direct staff to do something different.
My thought is it's up to the applicant. The contract is what it is. The contract extension, you've been given a additional 1 year of reprieve. So that whatever process you would have normally begun on, you now have an extra year to consider what you're going to do. So I would say the contract is what it is, and all the rights that you have in it will continue. I don't know that, I guess my point is we'd be discussing another contract term amendment right now, and I don't know that that's been agendized.
I think maybe just to take it a step further, if I can get direction, we would be coming back in October of 2021, asking the city council for direction before 24 Carats pursues future engagements beyond their lease agreement.
I think that might be fair, Steve, because with COVID, and we'll know a little bit more then, and maybe we could make that decision.
Is that something you would normally do, Eric, at a contract like this?
I think under this circumstances, actually, I would, because the one thing that I want to be partnering with them is that we're just not even at the beginning stages of revamping up, and there's still a lot of questions in terms of what the state will allow and when they will allow it. So by the time we get to October, I think it's safe to say we will not be in full open mode per the governor's tiered protocols. And so I think there's still a level of uncertainty, and with the potential of additional revenue that the city can reap in the term, I think it would be beneficial for us to check in with the council in October.
I have no problem. I have no problem with that.
That's great.
They'll still have another year on top of that. So, feel that's necessary.
It sounds like you have consensus on that. I don't think we need to take a vote, do we, Madam Clerk?
No, I've got it.
Okay.
Mayor,
Thank you.
I'd like the minutes to just include that reminder to the city, and I think that helps Ms. Wagner too.
Yeah, I think it should be included in the staff report or the minutes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, it will be.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, Lynn.
Okay, moving on to 8B, that's a report from the Financial Services Officer concerning pension funding considerations. And we do have at least one comment.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Yes.
First comment is from Karen Leffler. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I would like to take a moment to address the agenda item of pension funding and the $49 million pension liability under unfinished business. It is hard not to consider any other crisis other than COVID. Understandably, we have all been preoccupied with the many challenges brought on by a pandemic. However, there is no immunity to financial downturns, and if not addressed, increasing unfunded liabilities equal long-term fiscal impacts. A thoughtful discussion on reducing our city's unfunded liabilities certainly should be a priority to include prudent fiscal objectives in order to avoid further economic instability. Next comment is from Rick Leffler. Good evening, council members. My comment is concerning the city's skyrocketing unfunded deficit liability. We know that this sum has been rising steadily, and before we know it, it will be approaching $50 million. We are fortunate that our public safety entities, OCSD and OC Fire, budgets do not add to this liability due to the fact that their benefits are fully funded each year when we pay their contract. This is unfortunately not the case for virtually all other full-time city employees. These employee benefit packages are the main reason for our rising deficit. It is important that we offer our city employees attractive pay and benefit packages. It is also important that we be responsible in the way that we make this happen. I applaud the city's staff recommendation to pay down the debt as surplus funds become available. These payments will not be enough to prohibit the city from going deeper in debt. You, the council, must provide innovative strategies to address the ever-rising personnel costs. The city should immediately review all city-owned lease contracts. I am personally aware that many leases for use of city property are far below market rates. When the COVID emergency eases, the city must tighten its own belt while finding sources of increased revenue. It will be interesting to see how much our public safety contracts will increase this year. If we are to maintain the level of service we have come to expect, we must move now to become more fiscally responsible. Stop kicking this can down the road. Thank you, Rick Leffler. And that's all I have for public comments.
All right. This is Jake
Jake,
Ron.
before you start, Jake, let me just kick off. I'm sorry. So Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm going to have Jake Ron, our Financial Services Officer, give an overview, but I want to do a brief introduction to kind of set the stage appropriately. And I've had an opportunity to talk to a couple of council members as this discussion has begun with regards to pension funding. And staff has done a great job of laying out kind of the history and the options that can move forward. But I think it's important to note pension pay down always comes back to what a city can afford. And it's a balancing act because you obviously want to maintain service levels. You want to maintain appropriate compensation for your staff. And you also want to be mindful of your unfunded liability and make sure that you're meeting those financial commitments. And so the city historically has always balanced that. And one of the public comments that I appreciated from Mr. Leffler was applauding city staff for using surplus monies to pay down unfunded liability. I think it's important to note, and this report shows that in 2019 through the LTFP process, council did direct city staff when unassigned fund balance or surplus monies were available, please pay down unfunded liability. And Jake will present that in his presentation in terms of those payments or those cumulative amounts that have occurred over the time. It really comes down to how we want to prioritize our funds to pay down unfunded liability. And I think it's important to note that we've done a good job, in my opinion, in balancing that with our service levels as it relates to our compensation. But can we do more? Absolutely. And every agency can do more, but then it becomes a question of where do you want to find money to do more with? And then what are the consequences of taking those monies and devoting them to pension? It's a policy decision that I respect that the council has to deliberate on. It's a difficult scenario because this will outlive us as council members, as an employees, and it'll be something that the city of San Clemente has to, deal with in perpetuity going forward. I also want to make a note that, we do get passed on pension costs from our public safety contracts through the form of overhead payments that are within our public safety contracts. While we might not be saddled with their unfunded liability, we're definitely taking on a portion of their payroll rate as part of our admin costs that are charged within our public safety contracts. And I applaud OCFA. They've done a great job of being pension focused on reform with pay downs and so forth, which is something that I think we'll be considering again tonight and in the future. And with that, I'm going to stop and allow Jake to continue with the presentation. Jake, if you would, please.
All right, good evening, Mayor and council members. You might recall at the January 19th meeting, council requested information back on different strategies to pay down the pension liability. The report that was put together kind of goes through various options and considerations and provides analysis on the different pension plans of the city. Basically, to summarize the report, back in 2019, a pension update was done. And based on that LTFP paper, steps were started to take and to provide transparency related to the pensions, implement new fiscal policies related to pensions, and recommend additional pay downs of the unfunded liability. The transparency steps are implemented in the budget in the LTFP trend section. The fiscal policies have been incorporated into the city's fiscal policies and includes a target funding level of 90% for the plans, which we are slowly working to achieve, and additional payments of almost $600,000 were made in fiscal year 2019-20, which started to be reflected in the funding status when the next actuarial report is going to be prepared. However, keep in mind the pension liability is dynamic and changes from year to year based on investment returns, actuarial assumptions, changes in the participant population, and a variety of other considerations. In addition, with CalPERS, it takes 2 years for actuarial reports to be issued and be ready to be implemented. As a result of those factors, during the last year, the pension liability funded status went from 69 to 68%, and the pension liability grew to 49 million. In the table, you'll notice that all the reports or all the funded statuses are prior to us implementing the 2019 pension update recommendations. So we started implementing the pension recommendations right after that reporting timeframe in order to mitigate future increases and work towards the paying down of pension liabilities. In the report, we discuss options promoted by various consultants to adjust pension costs. They include allocating costs among all funds, having employees pay their share of employee contribution requirements, making additional payments, changing the amortization of the liability, and potentially using reserves or borrowing to reduce future costs. The city has taken actions in most of these categories, and those are discussed in the report. Additional information and background and strategies are discussed in the content of the report and the 2021 pension update for council's information purposes. Basically, staff has put together some recommendations related to various strategies or other options related to pension and is available to address any questions the council might have and awaits council's direction. So with that, I'll go ahead and address any questions the council might have.
Mayor Ward, if I may.
Yes.
I was the one that brought this up. There's a couple things I think over the past 2 days, Councilmember Knobloch and I have had a crash course in annuities and pensions and investments, and there's a lot of moving parts here. Many of those moving parts we having no control over. So Jake, I'm going to state a couple of facts for my colleagues and for those watching at home. Number one, our debt, because we can call it unfunded liability, but in fact, the only way to really call it is it's debt. And it's grown from $45 million to $49 million in just a year, having nothing to do with the city, having to do with the rate of return on investments at CalPERS. That $49 million equates to $750 per person in town, or for the average family of four, $3,000 every family in this city owes to the pension fund of our employees. And we have got to get it under control. This is unacceptable. A couple of ways that we can do it is we can do pension obligation bonds, which I would be totally against, because that's just moving one debt to another debt. We can tax exempt exchange, in which we pay for capital projects by issuing bonds, and we use our general funds to pay down the debt. What I'm saying is there are really no good options. With that being said, we do have $144 million sitting in reserves. Much of that is dedicated to specific uses. Some of it is not. Additionally, we have 2 parcels of land that we're looking at selling. You know, who knows how much that's going to net us. Last meeting, when I voted for to move forward with the gas station, which I've received a lot of bad mail on, and I'm reconsidering that every day. It was with this debt in mind. Councilmember Knobloch and I had an interesting discussion yesterday with Mr. Ron and Mr. Sun, and today with the pension specialist at BB&K, and we actually learned a lot. One of the things I'm going to suggest, Mayor Ward, is maybe we don't want to act on this evening. I would suggest each council member get a briefing from BB&K, Mr. Ron, and Mr. Sun on this, because it's eye-opening and it's disconcerting. we're not in nearly as, when you do the research, we're not nearly in the bad shape other cities are, but we're better than other cities. You know, if we're not careful, this $50 million is going to become 55, 60, 70, and suddenly our debt to the pension fund is going to exceed our general operating fund. We just can't do that. And so, you know, the one other thing that I would point out that people need to understand, our employees are on Social Security and CalPERS, which doesn't make us unique, but it's pretty unusual. And so consequently, right now, for our payroll, we have basically a 16% surcharge, 9% with 9.5% with CalPERS, and about 6.5% with the Social Security. I may be off a half percentage here or there, but right now, the city pays 16% on top of our payroll. This is unsustainable, and we have to look at how we're going to address this going into the future, because we're also on that $49 million, and Jake, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're paying 7% interest on an annual basis on that, or 7.25, somewhere in there. We have to address this. You know, we can talk about homeless being an issue. We can talk about the hospital. We can talk about a lot of issues, the TCA, but this will put the city under if we don't address it sooner rather than later. Thank you, Mayor Ward.
Go ahead, Councilmember Ferguson.
Thanks, Mayor Ward, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem James, for agendizing this, and your overview that you provided is just real eye-opening. So thank you for doing that tonight. I have a question for Mr. Ron about the increase since the last budget cycle in June 2020. We were at 45 million, as you had indicated, Mayor Pro Tem James, and then now we're at 49 million, less 7 months later. I'm very curious about that, Mr. Ron, because I know that that with the CalPERS, I know the target is 7%, and they reached about 4.7% by fiscal year end June 2020. So is that really what we're looking at in terms of the reason why we have 4 million more in pension debt?
A portion of it is due to the investment returns. However, way back in about 2016, I forget off the top of my head, but CalPERS used to assume that they would return about 7.75% about 5 years ago. And what they did is, in order to reduce the volatility of the investment returns and the investments that they make, they have lowered that over the last couple of years down to the 7%. And with that, since you're expecting less in investment returns, that kind of also adds to the liability. And that's been phased in. And I think there's about another year or two of that being phased in. But it's not just the investment returns, but also changes in actuarial assumptions, the change in the discount rate, and then also there's been changes in life expectancy, consumer price index, and a whole bunch of variety of other changes that CalPERS has implemented to, again, be a little bit more consistent and have a more level return and not be as aggressive or have those fluctuations.
Okay, thank you for providing that. That makes a lot of sense. I know we can't expect that to be slowing down either, so we definitely do need to do something about this more regularly. So I know we've done some one-time pay downs of our unfunded pension liability, but I'd love to see us get into a routine of having a target we meet every single year and pay down at that amount every year, make a commitment to do so. Even in the high gain years and the low gain years, it'll just really help us reach, you know, a higher pay down of our debt. And it'd be nice if we could reach, I think we're at 68% now. If we could get up into the 85, 90% would be ideal, best for everybody. But I don't know what that number is. I do work for a city, as you all know, and that city council every year pays down an additional $500,000 every year to be able to reduce their unfunded pension liability. So but I know that's up for discussion.
You muted yourself.
Oh, thank you. I just want to thank you very much.
Okay, so I would ask a question of Jake. Didn't we also have one of our funds where they came back to us? I don't know if it was CalPERS, and they shortened the time, the amortization from 30 years to 20 years. Who was that?
It's actually been a couple of steps. The biggest one was I'll call it the inactive plan, and that was for the past public safety individuals. They kind of said, okay, you have retirees in this plan, you have no active participants, so we're going to try and match the time frame for amortization to, I'll call it, for lack of a better term, the life expectancy of those individuals, so it achieves full funding appropriately. You know, that also being said, kind of going to the actuarial assumptions, CalPERS has changed their 30-year amortization down to 20 years. So that's also a change that's been implemented. So.
Yeah, I remember the council getting that bad news. And they don't give you a lot of time, you know, ahead when they say that. I will say that OCFA has something that they call the snowball plan, and they are trying, their goal is just to get to 80%, because you don't want to have them completely funded, because then they will be overfunded. So they're trying to get to 80%, and I believe they're paying, if out of, not out of reserves, but out of surplus. And we've devoted so much to that. So that's just part of budgeting. And we would have to look at that. But I think I would like to hear from staff kind of what your plan was to come back to us with, if we sold the properties, kind of what you were thinking of using those funds for, because I believe that some of this pension liabilities was some of it.
Mayor, members of the City Council, if I may, I'll answer that, and then I'll also probably provide a suggestion based on my conversations with Mayor Pro Tem Gene James and Councilmember Knobloch that we've had over the last couple of days in terms of next steps to help facilitate this discussion. So first, I'll address that. Yes, we would definitely come back with a funding distribution plan in the event of selling a property. And what we've always thought about in our head was pension pay down, reserve funding, and then potentially money dedicated to a specific CIP project, whether it's funding the gap for a council chambers, that will be discussion as part of our next budget cycle, or potentially funding any deficit or funding gap within our sand replenishment project. So those would not necessarily hit any of the general fund fundings. Those would be something that would be supported by the sale of a property. With that said, I think, you know, Mayor Pro Tem Gene James brings up a good point of today we had a really good discussion from our pension expert at Best and Krieger, who provided a really easy to understand overview, and also provided some updates as it relates to legislation and things that can and can't be done as it relates to Social Security or other funding strategies with pension reform. And I think that would be beneficial for all the council members to go through. So I commend Mayor Pro Tem, because we can definitely facilitate that. I think the other discussion point that was good, and we discussed this, is yes, we need to look at when we have money available to pay down on our pension fund. And one of the things that CalPERS offers is, for free, we can go to their specific unit and say, what would this plan look like if we paid down $5 million over 3 years? What would this plan look like if we paid $2 million now and this then? They will provide those basically actuarial examples for us to then see the savings that we will achieve over that amortization period. And what I would like to do, if the council is so inclined, is to go back to CalPERS, run different models, and as part of the long-term financial plan discussion, which we've incorporated a pension paper starting in 2019, we bring that back as part of the LTFP for council discussion. Council could then give direction as it relates to, as the council member said, her city pays down $500,000 a year. Whatever the case may be, that direction can be given to the city, and then we then immediately segue into the budget process, and we would implement those directions out of the LTFP as it relates to the pension as part of the budget process in terms of presenting a proposed budget that reflects the direction of the council as it relates to payments to the unfunded liability. So I think I answered your question, and I also wanted to just recommend that potential path as the next step, because this is something that, to Mayor Pro Tem Gene James's point, this is not going to go away. And I think it's something that we have to continually address. And we recognize that as part of the reason for originally agendizing and incorporated into the LTFP, because our LTFPs before didn't have a pension section into it. And we, the city, have a very complex pension structure with the fact that we had a police department, we had a fire department, then we transitioned to the county. We have marine safety in CalPERS. We are in CalPERS as active. We have an inactive plan that's not in CalPERS. CASA's not in CalPERS. They're in the inactive plan. So a lot of different dynamics with those plans. And I think this is a good time to revisit that and provide some recommendations to the city council as part of the LTFP.
Mayor Ward.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree that with Councilman James and interim city manager Sund, I think this is best dealt with when we're looking at the long-term financial plan and we can sort of integrate it into it. So I'll just agree generally with that. I would like to see as part of that we specifically look at the Section 115 pension pre-funding trust that CalPERS offers as an option. I know that other cities are doing it. It's a little aggressive, but the returns can really make a big difference. So I'd like to see that incorporated as an option when we revisit this.
That would be not a problem for some council members, not all of them. When we entered into the OPEB trust with CalPERS, we actually brought CalPERS down here for their specific unit to do a presentation on the OPEB trust. And so similar to Councilmember Duncan's request, we would probably try to incorporate something like that so that either CalPERS could provide a report or an overview of that program to the council as part of the LTFP.
Okay, and then also I would ask that you set up appointments with the balance of the council to give us more of an overview of our pension liability.
Already in the works, Mayor, so we will definitely do that for all the council members. And even if Gene and Steve want to go through it again, we will offer it to them again as well.
You know what? I will. And
let me know the time. I think I would absorb more the second time around.
Fair enough.
Let me just add, if I could, Mayor Ward, Gene's comment, I couldn't agree with more. This is a real serious problem. It's getting worse. And we're contributing almost $1 million a year now, and we're remaining at parity while the debt gets deeper and deeper. We're paying, 30, 40 basis points on our $150 million and paying 7% to CalPERS. That needs to shift, and it takes some aggressive action, as a number of us have mentioned. And I just think this is, rather than kicking the can down the road, it's not a pretty picture, but we need to address it. And I appreciate adding this pension component to the long-term financial plan. I think we can get some results. And Mayor Ward, one thing you said that I got out of today's meetings was the amortization issue. By going from 20 to 15 years, we could shave another almost $5 million off that obligation. So shaving major capital payments, shortening the amortization chain, making additional payments. We can address this, but it ain't getting any better. The CalPERS estimates are going in the wrong direction. These numbers are going to continue to rise, and boy, I just think it's going to be a painful task for all of us, but I think one that we really need to address. So I'm on board completely with looking at it now.
Jake, I will ask you to check for us with the CalPERS, what they're reporting for this last year, because surprisingly, they came in at like over 7% for OCFA for last year, which surprised me.
Okay, I'll need to take a look at that and I'll get back with you.
Okay, I'd like to just have that clarified.
Yeah, because the number we had last year, the number that I heard, I think today for last year overall for the CalPERS system was something like 3.5% or 3.35%.
Well,
something.
Let me talk about what I do know for fiscal year so based on the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020, again, they always anticipate the 7%. It came back at 4.7, but again, that's through June 30th. And as you may know, the stock market has recovered quite a bit from those lows. So if the reporting was on a calendar year or something like that, it would show a much higher number. One thing that I will point out, just because I know these kind of a little bit more off the top of my head, for the CSERP plan, which is the independent plan, just keep in mind, we were at June 30th, about $21 million in that plan. And then at December 31st, it was 24.6 million with some, I mean, obviously the contributions during the course of the year to date. But again, there was a dramatic recovery from those June 30th amounts.
Mayor Ward, there's one other thing I think to take into consideration. We could take this down, we could fully fund it and take it down to 100% funded. And that year, either the investments could underperform, or even like Jake said, the actuarials change and suddenly we find ourselves $1 million behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, it's true. And, CalPERS, relied on 7%. And that's how we based our pensions. And you can't do that. You can't rely on those returns all the time. But changing the actuarials, does climate quite a bit. We plan, and all the cities plan accordingly, and then they change it on us, and we find ourselves having to play catch up. So I totally understand.
So Mayor Ward, the final thing I'd have to say is I don't think with the information we have right now, I don't think we can really take one of these recommendations. I think Councilmember Knobloch and I would probably like to go through it again, and I would highly encourage the remainder of the council to do this CalPERS 101 thing. You'll find it very enlightening.
So I think what I heard is staff will go to CalPERS and ask for some different scenarios and come back to us in the long-term financial plan, and we can discuss different things that we could do. And also take into account, I think we wanted to hear plans for what we could use funds for if we sold properties.
That's exactly right.
Okay, that's all I heard. Does anyone have anything else? Okay, so Mr. Sund, you have consensus on that. Do you need that in a motion?
I think just because I think we need to be consistent with our policy that since I have direction, I probably should get a vote of 3 to direct staff to do those things, please.
Okay, so that was a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jean James, and was there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Ferguson.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
It carries 5-0. The next item is item 9A. That's the warrant register and payroll register.
Is there anyone that would like to entertain doing a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the warrant register and the payroll register.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Next item is consideration of directing the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission to reconsider netting on the Avenida Pico side of the Jim Johnson Memorial Sports Park. This was agendized by Councilmember Duncan and Mayor Pro Tem James at the last council meeting.
Mayor Ward, yeah, I'll take the lead on that. Yeah, I really think there's a safety issue here. I've heard reports that because there's no netting on that side of the soccer field there, that balls sometimes go out into the street. It's a particularly dangerous area, especially because we've got Cars and Coffee starting up again. That's where all the cars get off the off-ramp and then very quickly speed actually down Avenida Vista Hermosa to get to the first entrance into the outlet, because that's where they're supposed to enter. So they're not looking back at where these balls or kids running after balls might be. We have netting on the off-ramp side, so I think that's the east side, but there's no netting on that Avenida Vista Hermosa side. It actually, I mean, I drive by there all the time, and it is a little odd that there isn't netting there, because it just sort of seems like there should be. So I think there's that safety issue, again, particularly because we're going to get especially high traffic potentially coming up, liability for the city. And I've spoken with Samantha Wiley and the staff and gone through the Beaches, Park and Recreation reports from their meetings on this before, and the Beaches, Park and Recreation Commission did approve or suggest or recommend that there be netting there, and there were other competing interests, and ultimately the council did not approve it at that time, netting on that side of the park. So what I would recommend or seek is that we send this back to the Beaches, Park and Rec Commission to take another look at, review whether there have been those safety issues that would warrant this. I don't think it's a large expenditure of money. Safety is worth every penny, I would say, especially for our kids. And my kids will probably be playing at that field too, so I have a personal interest. But especially because it is that high trafficked area, I think we can get netting in there that would not obstruct any views or really be very noticeable at all. If you drive down Avenida Vista Hermosa Park, there is netting on that side, right along the street there. So it's sort of in keeping with that. That would be my suggestion, and I'm happy to make a motion to that effect unless there's any other comments.
Councilmember, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Ward. Yeah, Councilmember Duncan, I'm glad you brought this up. I did speak with Samantha about this because the residents have really wanted to have this netting. And I did meet with a resident on site last year about this because balls were flying into Vista Hermosa and kids were, going in to retrieve their balls. But at the time, she had mentioned to me that the best route for this would be a CIP project in the budget cycle. And then her estimate at the time, this was just last year, was $45,000 for that additional netting. So I'm not certain if she's here or if she's changed the approach to go to BPR, but seems CIP would be, capital improvement project would be a good step. And then Mr. Sund, I know I had mentioned we got about 200,000 in per capita Prop 68 funds. That may be what Councilmember Duncan suggesting can be covered with that money.
Councilmember Ferguson, once the BPR, if council gives direction to direct this to the BPR commission, and then when it would come back to the city council, we'll take that into consideration as a funding source. The timing of this will play out, probably, I don't know when the next BPR commission meeting, but this will probably play out during the beginning stages of our budget process, which we start in March. And so if the council at that time, when we bring it back, wants to give staff direction to incorporate it into the CIP process and be part of the next year's budget cycle, absolutely can do that rather than impacting staff in the mid-fiscal year. And then we can also refine or at least revisit the cost for installation of the product, since it's been a good year or so since we have discussed it or reviewed it.
Okay, so you're saying that Councilmember Duncan still has to have this seen by BPR Commission, or can it go directly to CIP?
I think, and I'm not going to speak for the council member, but I think his direction was to push it back to the BPR Commission for them to reaffirm they think this is a want, and then it would be brought back to the city council based on those interactions with BPR Commission, and staff would provide both funding options, and then at that time, if the council wanted to incorporate it into the budget process, they could do so.
Okay, I was just trying to help Councilmember Duncan expedite this, but sounds like it'll all come together anyhow. The timing is right. I mean, we have few months still. So, okay, thank you for answering that question. Oh, by the way, Mr. Sun, what did you say about the Prop 68 funding? Is that just in an account, or has it been allocated yet?
I indicated when we come back to the city council, we'll take that into consideration as a funding source and provide a recommendation to the city council.
When will that be? Because I know I mentioned that to you in May of 2020. When will that be?
If I may, interim city manager Sund, I can speak to that if I may. I actually just had a phone call with the state this week. Our representative for the per capita, you are correct, Councilmember Ferguson, it's a little over $200,000 that the city's received. The application deadline is December 31st of this year. So we are still in progress, and there are some stipulations attached to that grant. It is not just to be used wherever we please. There's an application process and approval process. And I do believe that the vision would be to bring back projects for the council to choose from. I think that's the ultimate goal. We do want to take into consideration that we're going to be launching our site-specific master plans as well. So we certainly know that those monies could potentially be used towards other projects. But ultimately, we're still on time. We're still in process, and applications will not be reviewed until the end of the year.
Okay, so I just have to clarify something. Ms. Wiley, you had mentioned it's not guaranteed. Per capita is per capita. You get the grant funds.
Correct.
It's not a competition. You just get the money.
Yes, you're correct. We are given the money, but we have to be approved for the projects. We can't just use whatever project we want to fund.
That's true. That's
so
true.
There's that. There's some other things with covering different demographics and different parts of the city that we want to
fair
look
enough.
at. So
I just want to make sure that you weren't saying we were competing over that money, because it is ours. I did process the grant applications as an employee for the 3 parks in Talega. So I do remember getting the per capita money back then, and those were obviously approved. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Councilmember Duncan. That's a really great safety project you brought forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Ferguson, for your support there, and for wanting to move it forward right to CIP. I just think with BPR, it's been their purview, it's been their expertise. I'd like to see them sort of weigh in a little bit and get 100% sure that they're behind it, and then move forward, hopefully right in the budget cycle. So with that, I'll move to have the netting at Jim Johnson Park on the Avenida Vista Hermosa side be sent back to the Beaches Park and Rec Commission for consideration at council direction, and then hopefully, well, depending on what they decide, come back to council for a later decision.
I'll second that motion.
I think I heard Jean before you. So second by Councilmember James.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0. The next item is a report from the Beaches Parks and Recreation Manager concerning use of electric bicycles on the beach trail, island, inland trails, and parks.
Can council please mute their mics? We're getting some background.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Ward, Mayor Pro Tem James, council members. Samantha Wiley, Recreation Manager. I have a brief report and some comments and some additional information that I think will complement the details that exist within the staff report for some background. As this council knows, we've been talking about e-bikes for a couple months now when we've taken the review process into consideration, including going to the Beaches, Parks and Recreation Commission a couple of times, as well as a joint meeting with the Public Safety Committee as well. I want to give some background on the beach trail history and the usage of it. You know, the beach trail was a concept that was talked through in the 90s, kind of came through to fruition in the early 2000s. And after going through many design iterations and use iterations, in 2003, we landed on what the design exists as today. And there was a beach trail master plan that was approved at that date and time. Part of that design and the review of that, there was an oversight committee that was appointed through council. And they talked about everything from design to usage. And when one of those wants and desires was for it to be a multi-purpose trail that would allow for walkers, dog walkers, runners, joggers, bicycles, and they specifically called out mountain bikes. So I think that was a sign of the time it was built, if you will. So that was a main priority as defined by this committee and council at that time. Noting the above of all those priorities, there were stipulations that were also recommended to specific bike uses, including bikes would be allowed, but they would be limited to walking only over certain bridges. And that was really due to the narrow points within the bridge. And we still see that as part of our municipal code today. So after that was built, there was a second kind of phase that was initiated. Council had the same considerations to take into account regarding bicycles specifically. There was some discussions back and forth with enforcement at that time as well. Again, we're seeing kind of the same themes today. At that time, there was a multi-agency approach that was taken where OCSD, the Beach Patrol, was actively engaged. We saw CASA, animal control officers on site because we had an issue with dogs as well as marine safety officers actively engaged also at that time. And staff at that point felt that was an efficient and effective method to monitor and enforce what was happening on the beach trail. In 2013, OCTA modified the railing requirements for a bicycle to go over a bridge. And so at that time, when the bridge was built, the railing limit was below the minimum requirement. So this is specific to the Mariposa Bridge or the Mariposa Boardwalk area. So bikes were banned or walking only until 2013. And at that time, when OCTA changed that guidance, the city council voted to allow bikes to be ridden on the Mariposa Bridge. This came up again in consideration in 2018 to council with the same comments. And again, those details are in the staff report, that kind of history. And at that time, the council amended the code to continue to allow bikes to be ridden over the Mariposa Bridge. They added the prohibition of reckless riding, and that was a really big conversation about what reckless would be defined as within our municipal code. And then they added the use of e-bikes as an allowable mode of transportation, if you will. It was not specifically defined. So that's the beach trail history. I want to touch briefly on the state legislation. So there's some concept and understanding behind that. These conversations are starting because of Assembly Bill 1096. This allows for class 1 and 2 e-bicycles or e-bicycles on all trails. Class 1 and 2 are allowed. Class 3s are not allowed unless the local agency specifically dictates otherwise. At this point, again, in 2003, the council decided we're going to allow e-bikes class 1 and 2, class 3 is prohibited. Vehicle code 24016 states that electric bikes are not motor vehicles. Vehicle code 21207.5 authorizes local authorities to ban class 1 and 2 bikes from trails. And again, I'm trying to give the council all the information I have so you guys can come to your conclusions as well. I do also want to address other agency approaches. I know that's always a big theme that we do want to look at. Always keeping in mind our coastal beach trail is so unique. It is probably the most unique trail in all of California. Nobody else really has what we have. Many of the similar paths are paved paths. They are boardwalks. They are meant to be multi-use. Some cities have pedestrian paths alongside a bicycle path. We are not in that situation. We are in a situation where our trail is multimodal. And it was built to be like that. So I want to touch briefly, the city of San Diego banned e-bikes and e-scooters from their beach boardwalks. Their boardwalks are considered Class 1 designated bike paths. Our beach trail is not a bike path. It is considered a trail. Class 1 bikes means that only pedestrians, bicyclists, and people using non-motorized forms of transportation are allowed to use them. So that's the city of San Diego. The city of Manhattan Beach has a paved bicycle path. It's a dedicated bicycle path. It is used exclusively for riding bikes propelled by human power. That's stated in their municipal code. So they do not allow e-bikes on their beach bike path. They are right now, there was even an article that came out last week that they are seeing the same issues in Manhattan Beach. They are trying to take a more proactive enforcement effort by getting their own police department out there to enforce the ban on e-bikes on their bike path. They do delegate authority to their public safety officers to convert their bike trail or their pedestrian trail to walk only at any time. If a public safety officer feels the trail is too busy, it's too impacted, the council and the code allows for a marine safety officer, a police officer, any public safety officer to deem it as walk only, and they have flashing signs that go up that notify people bike riding is not allowed. The city of Newport Beach does not allow motorized bicycles and mopeds. They do not allow unsafe cyclists and pedestrians either. They have a maximum speed limit of 8 miles per hour, and that's on their boardwalk area. They do allow bicycles, personal mobility devices, and wheelchairs. The County of Orange currently has a 10-mile-per-hour speed limit. They prohibit e-bikes within any regional park or open space facility, except regional trails and bikeways. And the example would be the Santa Ana River Trail. They are considering certain designated bike trails and pedestrian trails because they are, again, seeing the same issues that we are seeing as well. The city of Huntington Beach, and this is my last example, again, they have a multi-use beach trail. It is paved. It is a 10-mile-per-hour speed limit, except it goes down to 5 when there are pedestrians present for bicyclists. They do allow e-bikes as well. And they are also, again, they're doing what we did in 2018, where they're trying to take an more of an information approach right now, ahead of coming down heavy on enforcement. So again, that's what we're seeing across the board on all those agencies. We're not alone in our effort and struggle to try to figure out where the balance is. The commission decision and some commentary that was made, the recommendation before the council tonight is to reduce the speed limit to 5 miles per hour on the beach trail, add walk only signage in certain areas over those bridges that are designated walk only, and then also restrict riding of bicycles on the Mariposa Bridge. There's also a recommendation in there to prohibit motorized vehicles or bicycles on our park surfaces, the turf. We've seen this causing damage. We see some of the larger tire e-bikes, they do get up to pretty high speeds, and there are some folks that like to do donuts on our turf. Our Talega parks get hit often, as does San Gorgonio and Forster Ranch. We do hear that quite a bit. So that's the recommendation from the commission as it stands. Currently, our speed limit is 10 miles per hour. I want to share with the council that if the decision was to lower the speed limit, and even if it wasn't to 5 miles per hour, but it was anything or adjust that, we would have to update signage and install additional signage, the tune of probably $2,500 to $3,000. We have that available in our current city funding, so in our adopted budget. So there's not an ask for additional funding tonight for signage. The Public Works Department can cover that through their approved budget. That dollar amount does include additional signage south of the pier. We are lacking signage south of the pier. Most of our signage does exist between DeHay and up to Coeur d'Alene. So that's where we see a bulk of it. I want to touch briefly on liability. This came up in our public safety committee, and I think it's important. The city has reached out to JPIA. They are coming back with a full answer, but it's just scratching the surface. In general, the city has liability immunity. It's a trail. And as soon as somebody enters or uses that trail, they accept the hazards and dangers that are associated with using that recreational amenity. It's no different from walking through the park, playing a soccer game, playing on a playground. There's a liability immunity attached to that. And then lastly, just talking about future steps before the council makes any decision, I do want to share with you that there is a huge intention to partner with OCSD. I've had really good conversations with Lieutenant Manhart about increasing our educational opportunities. This came up in our joint meeting with the Public Safety Committee. We'd like to see the return of the bike safety program that used to be a very robust program many decades ago. Our crime prevention specialist was often the one leading the charge on that. It was an engaging school effort. And we've seen a resurfacing from a couple of PTAs who are interested in bringing that back to their campuses. OCSD and BPR are fully supportive of that effort. We actually have all of the old equipment still in storage to get that program up and running again. So we'll be working with OCSD on getting that going. We also would like to see an increase in the SRO leadership kind of taking the lead at the school level to work with their school administrators. And then the other effort that we're putting together is an around town or kind of a PSA about bike safety, e-bike safety, and that would be a joint effort between BPR and OCSD as well. And with that, that concludes my staff presentation. I'm happy to take any questions if there are.
Anyone want to venture out and start any?
Well, I'll start.
Before we wait 1 second, before we do this, Madam Clerk, do we have any comments?
Yes, we do. We have quite a few.
So Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to hear those first, or do you want to?
Yeah, let's hear them first.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the first one is from Paul Haverick, and he writes, "Dear council members, my name is Paul Haverick, and I have been a resident of beautiful San Clemente for 31 years. As an avid non-EV bike rider who frequently uses the beach trail, I am concerned about the proposal to ban bicycles and or lower the speed limit from 10 miles per hour. I am proposing a more effective solution that will enable everyone to use the trail safely, increase signage and traffic enforcement. Years ago, I advocated to have the speed limit set at 10 miles per hour. A lower speed limit actually poses a safety concern for riders. Riders risk falling off their bikes at a lower speed. During the past year, the beach trail has seen an increase in traffic, especially with electric bikes. However, lowering the speed limit is not the solution. Not only would it fail to adequately solve the very problem it is intended to, it would actually create a new danger for riders. Lowering the speed limit fails to address another problem: negligence and blissful ignorance. Those who fail to follow the rules because they do not care, and those who do not know the rules. I frequently witness riders who do not walk their bikes on the pier and in other heavily congested areas. Moreover, I often see individuals on electric bikes who far surpass 10 miles per hour on the trail. Lowering the speed limit would do nothing in these cases. Bike riding has a strong presence in San Clemente and helps make San Clemente into the town it is. Biking is ingrained in the culture for many of us here. Lowering the speed or banning non-EV bikes on the trail would not be the correct solution. As spoken in the Beaches and Parks meeting years ago, we need to coexist on the trail. Increased signage and traffic enforcement would help keep everyone on this trail safe. Thank you for your time and consideration." The next comment is from Glenn Griffith. "Honorable Council, my name is Glenn Griffith, resident owner of a home in North Beach. 2 weeks ago, I submitted a request regarding this issue to the council to ride a bike on the beach trail. I hope that opportunity was taken before this meeting. I would like to quote Catherine Stovall Dennis, who was instrumental in the development of the beach trail. Quote, "We wanted to make it as easy as possible for everybody to use, not just surfers, but older people who wanted to stroll by the ocean, a trail for bikes and wheelchairs, and for kids who wanted to play in the sand and romp in the surf. We looked at the historic, established uses of the existing trail, joggers, walkers, baby strollers, and dog walkers. We wanted to continue those uses, not cutting off anyone in a certain capacity, especially what they had already been doing for years. We hated the NIMBY, not in my backyard attitude. This is everybody's front yard," end quote. Stovall Dennis said passionately, quote, "We all live here for the beach," end quote. Thank you for your consideration of my point of view. This proposal is not based on any safety-related data to support additional bike restrictions on the beach trail, according to the Commission's own study. It is based solely on complaints. Some people just don't like them. And in fact, it does not even attempt to address the real property of bad actors who ignore existing rules and regulations, both on the trail and in the city in general. I would request that the council pivot from this approach to yet more rules and restrictions, but rather to a solution based on education and, yes, enforcement. In my opinion, this proposal amounts to putting stitches on a scratch and ignoring the bleeding laceration. Thank you for your consideration of my point of view. Next comment is from Randall Holman. I am a senior citizen with bad knees who loves to ride bikes. Living in our city with all of its hills, I decided to order an e-bike for fun and short errands. When I saw this issue on the agenda, I could not believe the absurdity of treating e-bikes different than regular bikes. First of all, a 5 miles per hour speed limit is not much faster than a walker travels, and many cyclists ride at 20 to 25 miles per hour. On this particular issue, it is not the e-bike that is the problem. It is the e-biker. People who try to obey the laws will be punished, and those that don't will be less likely to change their behavior. Thank you.
Next comment is from George Wilson. Electric bikes are electric motorcycles, regardless of class or speed capabilities. They should be held to the rules of all motorized vehicles on the road, including vehicle and rider licensing, and never be allowed on sidewalks or public trails, period. Ask anyone walking regularly on our trails and sidewalks, and they will tell you tales of close calls and occasional accidents. They've ruined what was once a peaceful and quiet network of trails in the Trestles area, and the only ones in favor of them are those selfish enough to turn a blind eye to their impact. It's time right now to begin fixing this, and the recommendations being proposed tonight should be approved as a start to eliminating this dangerous and offensive situation. Next comment is from Beth Beeman. Electric bikes are becoming a nuisance in San Clemente. On my daily walks, I see groups of kids speeding down the street. When I drive, they often take over the street and play games with motorists. We need to put some restrictions both on trails and on city streets and sidewalks to ensure the safety of motorists and pedestrians. To only focus on trails pretty much signals that the council is okay with the danger they cause the community. Please carefully consider your actions before putting our lives at risk. Next comment is from Kirk Morgan. I ride my bike every day on our streets and trails, and kids and others on the newly popular e-bikes are way out of control. At the very least, riders need to wear helmets, stay off sidewalks, and signal others when they're overtaking and passing. Bell required, maybe? Maybe kids, especially under 16, shouldn't even be riding what are essentially motorcycles without some formal training and special rules. Kids are riding at high speed, double and triples, seldom with helmets, side saddle, texting, carrying a surfboard with one arm, feet on the handlebars, silently overtaking and passing at high speed, and more, and it's all going to end badly. These aren't bicycles. They're fast and dangerous, and a kid is going to get killed. But why can't we all see this now instead of waiting for a tragedy? Next comment is from Sharon Diener. I am an avid cyclist and have comments regarding the e-bike issue on the San Clemente Beach walkway path, especially the Mariposa Bridge. 1. Years ago, after metal work on the bridge, before the landslide was completed, the signs stating walk bikes on the bridge were removed, and I have not seen them since. I mention this because some have discussed to do nothing and reinforce the laws rules we have now, but the minimum signage has disappeared. If that signage is existing, I have not noticed it. The signage at least gives some rights to pedestrians to insist that bikes cannot push pedestrians aside and race by them on the bridge. There really should be cameras on that bridge to help police bikes as they zoom past pedestrians. Information on the signage of how to report incidents could help, so riders realize there might be a recourse. I used to ride my beach cruiser over that bridge years ago and know that if there were pedestrians on it, it's not safe for bikes to be traveling past them. 2, speed limit of 5 miles per hour would be assumed for the pathway, not to include bridges, as they should be walk only. 5 miles per hour is too slow. I'm assuming the goal is 5 to 10 miles per hour, and the council is considering 5 miles per hour, assuming that riders will push whatever limit is posted. Why not be more accurate and use 8 miles per hour for the walkway so that riders know the speed has been analyzed? Truthfully, 10 miles per hour is safe in non-crowded conditions and should be fine. 5 miles per hour is just too low to take serious. But there should be no riding on bridges. They should be walked only. Currently, the problem with speed is e-bikes are coming by at 15 to 20 miles per hour and getting way too close to pedestrians. 3, it's not just e-bikes. There have also been bikes with gas motors racing through the pathway. Gas motors should not be legal on any part of the pathway at any time and should incur a violation. The law should be included on signage throughout the pathway, not just at bridges. 4, beyond just a class, anyone who does not have a driver's license should be required to get a certification and carry it with them to ride an e-bike. E-bikes go 20 to 30 miles per hour and have too much power for a child who still may be too young to get a driver's license. As an adult, if I violate a moving vehicle law, I risk being pulled over and have to present my driver's license, even if I'm on a bike. A child does not have to do this since they are too young to get a license. If a child thought their e-bike certificate could be taken away, they could have a bigger reason to be courteous and follow the rules, especially because it's almost impossible to enforce them. And number 5, I would probably prefer that e-bikes can only be pedaled on the dirt pathway, but realize that it's probably not realistic. I have had e-bikes go by slowly that have caused no concern at all, so I know it's possible to share the pathway, but there is a big issue with them as they are being used today on the pathway. It's not if, but when a major accident is going to occur on the pathway if we do not adjust the rules for e-bikes on it.
Next communication is from Serafina Benjamin. In response to reducing the speed limit for bikes and e-bikes to 5 miles per hour, I think it should be posted that speed should be 5 miles per hour if pedestrians are present within a certain number of feet, and that passing pedestrians should only happen safely. In response to adding more signage to walking bikes on Mariposa Bridge, I agree with this. And there should not only be signage at the bridge, but all along the beach trail that makes it clear that pedestrians have the right of way and that bikes must slow to 5 miles per hour or even stop if they cannot pass safely. In response to adding a statement to existing signs to yield to pedestrians, I agree that there needs to be bike and pedestrian safety signs throughout the trail. I want to add, I believe the city needs a free bicycle and e-bike safety class to educate residents on how to ride safely. I think it would benefit teens especially who depend on bikes for mobility and are not at all experienced riders. People have always ridden bikes on the trail, and I believe with the right awareness to doing so safely, we can all share this trail, pedestrians, bikes, and e-bikes. Let's share the trail and share the love so we can keep enjoying this trail together as a community. Next is from Graham Holmes. I fully support the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission recommendation as follows. 1, reduce speed limit for bikes to 5 miles per hour. 2, add more signage to walk bikes on Mariposa Bridge. 3, add statement to existing signs to yield to pedestrians. I have personally witnessed e-bikes on numerous occasions, speeding and not giving way to pedestrians. coming close to striking us several times. Not all e-bikes ride recklessly, but this is needed for those that do. What also needs to be added is enforcement. Otherwise, it is meaningless. Thank you for your consideration. Next is from John DeToni. I am resending this comment to you all on the City Council as you decide the fate of the beach trail and e-bikes. I am thoroughly convinced that given the width of the beach trail, its occupancy by runners, walkers, infants, and young children in carriages and strollers being pushed, that e-bikes are a potential danger to all of us. Having been passed by an e-biker just 2 days ago who zoomed past me, I am quite aware that e-bikes and the beach trail are incompatible. E-bikes should be permanently barred from the beach trail. Someone will get hurt by a speeding e-biker or just an e-biker riding at 9.5 miles per hour. Would any of you like to experience that? I doubt it, but it will happen. Only a complete ban of e-bikes makes sense. Remember that the city of San Clemente has miles and miles of roads for cars, trucks, bikes, roller boards, and e-bikes. Do not mix e-bikes with the beach trail, please. My original email from October 2020 last fall. I am on a short part of the beach trail every other day as I walk from the hole to the T Street Railroad crossing. While this is a short distance, I encounter the typical beach trail people, walkers, runners, bikers, and e-bikers. I am often surprised by an e-biker speeding past me. The speed limit is 10 miles per hour, but have you ever seen what happens to a car going at 10 miles per hour that hits an object, or worse yet, a child or older person? It does a considerable amount of damage to whatever it hits. Consider what damage a 10-mile-per-hour e-bike would do to a person and or dog and or baby carriage, not to forget the child in the baby carriage using the trail. The injury could be and probably would be rather serious. Remember too that the beach trail is not easily accessible by medical emergency people. So immediate medical aid would normally take longer if an ATV had to be used to access the injured persons. There are miles and miles of roads in San Clemente for e-bikes. Let them use those miles for their rides. I strongly encourage the City Council to ban e-bikes from anywhere on the beach trail and to do so in perpetuity and do so now. Your action would ensure that the possibility of hitting children, teenagers, and adults will not occur. The action is in your hands.
Next comment is anonymous. As responsible, careful cyclists, road and e-bikes, my partner and I have never come close to endangering pedestrians, animals, or other cyclists while riding. The key is caution and respect for others on the trail, on the trails, roads, whatever. Reducing an already low speed limit to the rather ridiculous limit of 5 miles per hour won't solve anything. 10 miles per hour is already slow, and further lowering the limit simply makes bicycles more difficult to control. One problem is that some folks are gross violators. They are not going 10 miles per hour, but more like 20 plus and in crowded areas, which is unacceptable. Further, there's a clear sense of entitlement among some users of public areas, including both cyclists and pedestrians. Signage indicating paths are to be shared responsibly might help, though a ton of signs will eventually just blend into the background. The next comment is from Christopher Butler. I would agree that there is an issue with people speeding on e-bikes and even regular bikes on the trails. Reducing the speed to 5 miles per hour seems excessive and reactionary and does not address the real issue while making for an unrealistic experience for e-bike and non-e-bike riders. Across the country, the average speed is 15 miles per hour, and when educated and enforced, provides a safe and fun environment for all. The e-bike has opened the door to many people, including myself, who have not been able to enjoy bicycles in the outdoors for reasons such as age or disability mobility issues. For those who don't have an e-bike or even a bike and like to walk the trails, I could see how it is easy to discard them or highly restrict them, but there's a huge population utilizing them and should be included in the conversation. Let's enforce the policies we already have and focus on reckless or dangerous behaviors, no matter what the mode of transportation. Right-of-way policies, passing lights, helmets, and maybe even speed controlling devices in long stretches of the trails to slow would-be offenders. Next comment is from Bill. As a longtime resident of San Clemente, I've enjoyed walking on the beach trail safely for many years, even before the improvements of the trail. But now with the advent and now abuse of e-bikes, it's no longer safe. It is only a matter of time till a major accident happens with e-bikes and pedestrians, not to mention e-bikes with other e-bikes. I believe that enforcement and registration are required to get the situation under control before the disaster strikes, which it will. We should all keep in mind Murphy's Law. It's just a matter of time. Next comment is from Cheryl Kelly. E-bikes are not suitable for the beach trail. There are signs at many of the trailheads with the rules. Among the rules states no motorized vehicles. E-bikes have motors and they are driven way too fast for the beach trail. Many portions of the trail are very narrow, for example, between Coeur d'Alene and the pier. The 2 footbridges on the southern portion of the trail should have no bikes of any kind ridden on them. They are way too narrow and it's hard enough to pass a double-wide stroller on the bridges, let alone bikes. Better enforcement would be great, especially at the pier where the walk bike signs are rarely heeded. Lowering the speed limit and restricting use on the bridges would be great, but with no enforcement of any kind, it's a waste of time.
Next is from Cindy Lewis. With all the bike lanes that have been put in place around town, I don't feel we need to allow them on the beach trail. It just isn't safe with them speeding along even at 5 miles per hour. I am always looking over my shoulder to see if one is approaching. The beach trail has been a huge success and it just can't accommodate all the people and bikes. Next is from Joel Grosby. E-bikes are propelled with powerful electric motors, and just like motorcycles, e-bikes should not be allowed on trails. There is no difference between a gas-fed motor and electric motor nowadays in terms of power. Tesla has proven that in the last 8 years. E-bikes' popularity and maximum speed are both increasing at an alarming trajectory. At this point, we already have people walking the trails alongside e-bikes traveling at 35 miles per hour. E-bikes are motorized bikes and not your dad's bicycle and should not be allowed on trails at all. It is very dangerous on pedestrians and opens up the city to potential lawsuits should an accident happen. Go figure. Why are motorcycles not allowed on trails? How is the e-bike any different? Next is from Bonnie Barnes, Mayor Ward and council members. The Parks and Recreation Commission has demonstrated a lack of oversight regarding Rancho San Clemente's Ridgeline Trail and foolishly recommends that the council make no changes related to e-bike operation on inland trails. Importantly, the Ridgeline Trail sign on attachment 3 has no speed limit. The sign reads as follows: Bicyclists should maintain control of the speed of their bicycles at all times. It would be very dangerous to allow speeds up to 28 miles per hour along this hilly, winding, paved service road, especially since there is no enforcement. E-bikers gone wild on the Ridgeline Trail are a danger to the joggers, pedestrians, pets, and children who frequently use this popular trail. Ignoring speed regulation on the Ridgeline Trail will also increase the risk of accidents, liabilities, and lawsuits filed against the city. Madam Mayor and council members, please provide safety to Ridgeline Trail users. Include a speed limit no greater than 10 miles per hour in the ordinance and post it on the trail signs.
Next comment is from Barbara Fox. I live on Avenida Coda and my property backs the trail on state park land known as Pocket Mouse Hill. The area is covered in dry brush and is an identified fire hazard area. The trail up the hill is now full of e-bikes daily, although they are not permitted in this area due to the fire hazards and multiple documented endangered species. The fires these irresponsible riders may spark are highly likely to burn a number of houses, so lives, property, endangered species, and peace of mind are at stake. We need regular patrol and enforcement to prevent a very costly tragedy. Next comment is from Bob Lutz. Please ban all e-bikes on sidewalks. Most enforcement or training needed for our kids under 15 so they obey traffic laws before a serious injury or death occurs, because it will happen. Next comment is from Amy. I request that my below comments be emailed to council. I'm in favor of putting up signs to show bikers yield pedestrians and reduce speed limits. We need to have some enforcement. However, to change people's behavior. I believe this also needs to go for our trails in the hills. We need signage as well as some type of speed limit for the e-bikes. Next comment is from Karen. E-bikes should be classified as a motorized vehicle, not a bicycle, and should not be allowed on the beach trail at all. At the very least, make it illegal to use the motor assist while on the trail. There are dogs, small children on little bikes, only pedestrians, older pedestrians and joggers. An e-bike whizzing by at 20 miles an hour when the general flow is 3 to 5 miles an hour is extremely dangerous. Not all riders are rude, but there are enough of them that it has made the pedestrian trail far less comfortable for pedestrians. Nobody abides by the rule of walking bikes on the bridge, and without actual warnings and/or citations written, they will continue to ignore the signage. Also, the city needs to consider making an actual ordinance that e-bikes are not allowed on sidewalks, period, for the same reasons they should not be on the beach trail. To parents telling their children to ride on the sidewalk for their own safety, perhaps you should instead reconsider giving your child a motorized vehicle that you feel they aren't safe riding on the street. Motorized vehicles and pedestrians should not be in the same travel space. Next comment is from Rebecca Farrow. Sidewalks are for pedestrians, not bikes with or without motors. They are moving vehicles. Next comment is from Sandy Exelby. I am against e-bikes on the beach trail. The biggest reason is the hundreds, if not thousands, of residents who have written to you about personal bad experiences while trying to enjoy this very special place. If you're waiting for data to prove it's not safe, that is not prevention. Many wider trails are safer. Pete Van Nuys of OC Bicycle Coalition spoke of seeing e-bikes threading the needle through pedestrians on the beach trail. Richard Benjamin, owner of Trestle's Electric Company, thinks the bike trail is too narrow and too crowded for any bikes. I ask each of you, do you actually believe the retired senior volunteers can monitor riders' speed of 5 miles an hour and make sure bikes are walked at Montalvo, Mariposa, and Riviera bridges, as well as the asphalt at the base of the pier? It was at the base of the pier that 2 e-bike riders tried to get by my friend, me, and others, never walking their bikes. It was frightening, but basically, we all came to a dead stop. Not fun and scary. We may not have fire and police data, but there is serious injury or worse. All of those publicly documented concerns, many from experience, will not bode well for the city. Safe, healthy recreation should be the goal. Next comment is from Cheryl. Enforce a no motorized bike on city beaches and beach trail policy, even though the signs already specifically state no motorized vehicles, period. No conditions, no concessions. Implement substantial fines for each and every infraction. The population has increased and use of the beach trail has in turn increased consistently since the trail was opened. In addition, the use of the beaches and beach trail has sharply increased during the COVID pandemic, and at times the trail is quite crowded. More motorized bikes have flooded the city than ever were here before the pandemic. Even though there's a current rule in place to limit or prohibit motorized bikes on the beach trail, an assumption of lawlessness is prevailing on the sandy beach near the water. See also no dogs on the beach. There are more and more people letting their dogs on the beach than ever before. Unfortunately, as the human condition has shown, a few bad apples can ruin the whole bunch, and I'm tempted to ask you to outlaw bicycles on the beach trail altogether. Most certainly, there should be no motorized bikes on the sand at San Clemente beaches. It is the last refuge for a serene beach walk in town.
The next comment is from Sherry Grace. I have listened to the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation meeting discussions on this topic. It really seems as if there is no clear directive on the issue, except for what I consider to be meaningless attempts to control what can't be controlled without enforcement, such as 1. Lower the speed limit of bikes to 5 miles per hour. My opinion, this does nothing when the current speed limit isn't followed or enforced. 2. Add more signage to the trail to walk bikes on the Mariposa Bridge. I remember when this was a requirement, when the trail was new. It didn't do any good then without enforcement, so why would it do any good now? 3. Add to the rules already in place for bikes to yield to pedestrians. All I see this doing is helping for insurance purposes or a lawsuit if there is a serious injury where someone could prove that the bike wasn't yielding to the pedestrian. Okay, I can agree with that as long as it doesn't require any additional signage littering the trail. It's the first attempt in my mind at some accountability for those irresponsible bike riders. You have all heard the concerns of the citizens you represent. You all know that the majority of the beach trail users are very concerned about safety. Some say that during the winter months, it is not bad. The problem is less people on the trail equals e-bikes that think they are motorcycles going even faster because there are less people. The trail is not a freeway. It's not a motocross, yet it's being used like that all the time. Our family home is right above the trail. We see it happening on almost a daily basis. Unless you use or see what's happening on the trail daily, you cannot get a good perspective of what really goes on. Many incidents go unreported because people are not apt to call OCSD when they have been clipped or swiped by a bike, especially if it is a child. So saying that there have been no or few reports doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Walking the trail every now and then and getting fortunate enough to win the lottery by someone alerting you that they are trying to pass isn't a good representation of what happens down there. The solution is really quite simple. Either enforce or ban. I have not seen one report of anyone that has monitored the trail to report back with statistics regarding the misuse that is happening, except for the park rangers and OSCD, who are very rarely, if ever, down there. That's why you need to listen to the residents that regularly use it. Maybe monitoring it is a start instead of adding more rules and ugly signage and crossing our fingers that people will read it. Thanks for your time and consideration on this matter. Next comment is from Martin Goggins, Dear City Council. Please do not prohibit bikes or class 1 and 2 e-bikes from the beach trail. The beach trail was meant to be multimodal. It allows access to the beach, especially where there is limited parking. I think if the rules were a little more clearly stated, it may solve some of the arguments between bicyclists and other users. Along with some enforcement of the rules, I disagree with having to walk your bike on the Mariposa Bridge. Walking a bike will make the bridge more crowded because the bike and the person take up double the space while walking. The issue is more about people being respectful of each other's space. Please refer to the police statement. That said, that there has not been any reported issues. I understand that does not mean there are not minor problems. Since these issues have been made public, I have noticed already that people are more tolerant of each other and cordial on the beach trail. Thank you for listening. The next is from Tricia Matting. Pedestrians and large numbers of electric bicycles, e-bikes, on San Clemente's unpaved beach trail are and always will be incompatible because the trail is simply too narrow to accommodate them. San Clemente clearly recognizes this fact because it already bans e-bikes on some parts of the trail year-round and on other parts of the trail between June 14 and Labor Day. These bans were enacted prior to the recent explosion in the sale of e-bikes. Moreover, the fact that the trail is unpaved makes it unsafe for pedestrians and e-bikes. Orange County recognizes this fact and bans all classes of e-bikes on unpaved trails within its regional and wilderness parks. Enacting additional regulations will do nothing to resolve the problems posed by e-bikes for numerous reasons, including the fact operators of e-bikes are oblivious to the regulations. Riders are treated with the same rules as a regular pedal biker, which means riders do not require a license or any special training to operate their e-bikes. Furthermore, no amount of instruction, assuming it was even available and utilized, changes the fact that San Clemente does not and lacks the manpower to enforce the regulations. As stated in the San Clemente Times, as long as there is no enforcement, no matter how much you educate, it will be fruitless. Moreover, even if San Clemente had the necessary number of enforcers, which it does not, the regulations are unenforceable because of, among other things, an enforcer's inability to establish the speed of an e-bike or differentiate between the classes of e-bikes since they all look alike. The only way to discover the class of an e-bike is to inspect its sticker, assuming there is one, because stickers only became required in 2017. To do so, the enforcer has to have the ability to stop the rider, and even then, the sticker does not expose any upgrades made to the e-bike. In addition, even if an enforcer were somehow able to pull a speeding rider over, the regulations fail to provide the necessary threat of penalty, because unless the rider is cooperative, an enforcer is unable to ascertain the identification of the rider, since riders are not required to carry ID or register their e-bikes. In California, only the police have the authority to demand to see a rider's ID and arrest a biker who fails to cooperate. Orange County unquestionably lacks the space to house violators of e-bike regulations. In addition, riders are not required to comply with California's financial responsibility laws, and parents are not held liable for damages caused by their child's carelessness or negligence. Moreover, even if the rider's act is found to have been intentional, parents are held responsible at a maximum to $25,000, paying only for medical expenses, and cannot be held accountable for a victim's pain and suffering. The only solution to protect pedestrians on San Clemente's unpaved and narrow beach trail is to ban e-bikes.
And we have one final comment from Stephen Gelb. It would be nice to see council take some incremental steps to regulate small motorized bikes, golf carts, motorcycles, or whatever you want to call all the different motorized vehicles running around walking areas and the beach in San Clemente, to say nothing of the streets. They are a danger to pedestrians as well as themselves. Thanks. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, staff. Samantha, I see you're still on the meeting. Can I just ask you a quick question? You mentioned a vehicle code, I think it was 21460. What did that say about e-bikes?
It's 24016, and it states that electric bikes are not motor vehicles.
Is that a California vehicle code?
Yes, it is.
So the city council would not be able to classify e-bikes as motorized vehicles because of that code?
I believe that's correct, but I would defer to Scott on that.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd say that's right.
So the second one that you said that the council had authority to ban electric bikes from trails, I think.
Yes, that's California Vehicle Code 21207.5, authorizing local authorities to ban class 1 and 2 bikes from trails.
Right. Okay. Do you have a date on when that code section when it was implemented?
It's relatively new.
Okay. That's probably enough. I just wanted to know if California had, that was a fairly new law that they thought we needed to implement.
I'm seeing maybe 2015, 2016. It was attached to Assembly Bill 1096, it appears.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor Ward. May I? Ms. Wiley, I'm looking in here. I don't see an enforcement plan. Like how, if in fact tonight council takes some action, what is the enforcement plan? Or if there isn't one now, do you plan to bring it back depending on what happens tonight?
Yeah, I appreciate that question, Councilmember Ferguson. And it's a good question. It's exactly where we kind of landed in 2018. And I do believe Adam Atamian is online. There he is, and he can speak to that. Our initial thought in 2018 was to utilize the park rangers, but with resources stretched thin, I'll let Adam speak to that on some thoughts on what's possible right now.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening, Councilmember Ferguson, members of the City Council. My name is Adam Matamian, the Code Compliance and Park Ranger Manager. In terms of enforcement of moving vehicles, whether they're identified as motor or not, the park rangers are not going to be able to address all of these issues. I think as depends on what regulations the council decides on. There are certain things that the rangers are capable of doing, but you know, as some of the public comments addressed, there is difficulty in pulling somebody over, and that's not something that the park rangers currently do. However, we do make contact with bicycles that are not being walked across the pier and things of that nature. Additionally, there are some resources that are lacking for us to be able to patrol the beach trail consistently. Most of the beach trail patrol that is currently conducted is done by people who have ATVs, whether that's Marine Safety or the Orange County Sheriff's Department.
Okay, so we'll be relying on Marine Safety and Police Services then, primarily?
I would assume mostly Orange County Sheriffs in regards to any enforcement that involves the vehicles that are moving. Identifying speeding vehicles is not something that the park rangers are currently capable of addressing. Not to say that we couldn't in the future, but I can say that at this point in time, we do not have the resources necessary to begin to train staff to do that, nor do we have the equipment necessary to patrol the beach trail in such fashion.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I know Marine Safety, their priority is the people swimming, making sure people don't drown. So that needs to be their focus. But I'm all for education, primarily before enforcement anyway. So looks like we have some good ideas tonight. We'll be deliberating at some point to talk more about those. So thank you, Adam. Thank you.
Mayor Ward.
Go ahead.
So as I look at this, my concern about, well, number one, riding a bicycle over uneven terrain at 5 miles an hour is probably not a practical thing to do. It's just, it's not, you can't have a great deal of stability. You probably will have more crashes than you would at 10 miles an hour, without a doubt. As I look at this, San Clemente is kind of ground zero for e-bikes. We have I think three manufacturers of e-bikes in the city. We have numerous retail outlets selling bicycles, selling e-bikes. We have outlets renting e-bikes. And so we're talking about enforcement, and we haven't really gone down a serious attempt at informing, educating, and I'm of the opinion that we have a lot of resources. The school the school resource officers, once they're back, bringing back the bike. Samantha, is it bike rodeos, bike safety rodeos? What did we call it?
The bike safety program at the school level, yeah. Or the safety rodeo. That's
yeah. And you know, I think we have a lot of opportunity here before we get to prohibition. You know, one of the things I would like to see is to bring in the retail points of sale, those renting bikes, the manufacturers, and actually doing a workshop with them, talking to them about, you know, this is a problem that we all need to address together. I'm just reluctant to go down and prohibit e-bikes. There are a lot of people who are now enjoying bicycling, who previously they weren't able to due to some physical condition. So that's my first thought. But at the same time, if we could go down the road of enhanced education, information, printing materials, handing out materials, talking about courtesy on the bike trail. If 6 months down the road or 9 months down the road we figured out this is not working, I would then be for a prohibition of e-bikes on the bike trail. Those are just my first thoughts. So take them for what it's worth.
So Jean, I appreciate that you came up with kind of a compromise. I have some other comments that I'd like to make. I think, when everyone says that you just need to enforce it, we're just not able to do that. I think that's why you saw that Huntington Beach and Manhattan Beach actually, and the county also, has taken the e-bikes off their trail system because they can enforce it. And one of the things that I would say is that no one gets on an e-bike to ride slow. I have an e-bike. I also have a mountain bike. The e-bike is to get across town. It's great for transportation, but it doesn't necessarily have to be on the beach trail, which I think is more for recreation. We have a bike trail that goes completely through our city where everyone's used to having, motorists are used to having bikes, and they can traverse our entire city and get up to El Camino Real, go wherever they want. Kids are also using them for surfing. It's great to get down to Trestles. If they're trying to get down to the pier or to T Street, we could provide maybe more bike racks at the entry points where they could ride their bike on city streets where they can go 20 miles an hour how they want to, and lock up their bike. Maybe we need more of that because we already have a rule. I wanted to remind the council that we have a rule that no bikes can be left unattended sitting on any right-of-way, trail, or the beach. You can't take your bike and go and lay it on the beach. We already said that that's not allowed, because that's a tripping hazard. So they don't need to take them on the beach, but they are a good resource to get around town. I just have the other issue that we're hearing that we're not talking about tonight is all of the Talega people reaching out to us and saying that all the kids are riding on the sidewalks. That's incompatible with pedestrians, and that's kind of where our trail is also. It was mentioned about our Ridge Route Trail. We don't allow motorized vehicles on that trail, but e-bikes are kind of blurring that definition, where we are having people that are able to just fly up a hill or fly over it, and they're not under human power. I don't know if that's a good thing. We've definitely had an explosion of e-bikes. We kind of knew, the prior council, we knew that this day was coming where we were probably going to have to come up with some rules and clarify where people could ride these, because on their own, people won't. I'm a little upset that people are going into our parks and riding them on the grass and doing donuts, because a regular bike, they would not be doing that. But if you give them a bike that's powered, with this battery, they're going places where they never would have before. People riding on the beach, they wouldn't be doing it if they didn't have the electric motor. Most people would not be doing that. So, I'm worried, we can try to make some rules, but I think we really need to think what those are. I don't think that education can just be, you need to yield to people. Because I think as long as everyone's discovered e-bikes, we've got to separate them somehow. And like I said, no one buys them to go slow. So an e-bike, if it is for transportation, they should be on our coastal trail on the city streets, to get around town. So that's my thing. I think we can't pay for enough enforcement. We can't hire enough people. And I think when we have something, if we can't enforce it, that means it might be a use that we should eliminate in a certain area. So that's just my comments. I can be talked into either way, but I think eventually we will be looking at trying to separate these uses because these bikes are too powerful. I don't ride my e-bike on the trail because of the pedestrians. I ride it only in the street because I know in the T-zone on Del Mar, you can't not ride an e-bike on the sidewalk with pedestrians. You just can't. You never know when someone's going to come out of a store, a kid's going to run outside, or there's going to be a dog. I just know that I can't do that. And I've had an e-bike for like 8 years. So I think this is something that we knew was coming, and maybe we should really talk about the limits, because I don't think it's going to get better. I think they're just going to get more prevalent. And I don't think that a bike, going 20 miles an hour with a motor on the beach trail is ever going to work out. And I don't know why anyone would want to ride the trail that fast. It's pretty much a recreation trail. And we did want it to be multimodal, but it was never not really an issue when it was just bicycles. Now it's an issue because of the e-bikes and how many we have and the kids that have them. And I've seen the packs of kids. I've seen 10 kids on e-bikes, and they all travel together. And they're going in places that they probably shouldn't go. So anyway, that's my comment. I don't think we can enforce. I don't think we can make enough rules. I think I kind of like what Huntington Beach did as far as limiting them on their trail. And the county limits them on all trails. And that's just for user safety for all the users. So, I don't go on mountain trails anymore. I'm not able to do it on my own. And so I wouldn't, that's just not something that I do anymore. I do understand why some people that are limited would want to ride an e-bike through town. This is a perfect town to have an e-bike for transportation. It really is. It just makes all the hills go away. But there aren't that many hills on the beach trail, and you can actually ride. You can ride a regular bike on it. We did take away the Mariposa Bridge a few years ago. I was part of the council. We took away the walking on that bridge. It's probably time to bring it back because I think our trail has gotten a lot busier. So that's an easy thing to probably think about, putting that requirement back where all bridges, you have to walk them so that everyone's walking on it. But I just think, I appreciate what you said, like give it 6 months of education and then we might have to do something. But I think we're going to get there. That's just my comment. I think eventually we're going to have to get there. When we're talking about the beach trail, we're not even dealing with the kids riding on sidewalks in Talega. And we've gotten a lot of complaints about that. So education of where they should be ridden, that's a good thing. Getting to the schools, that's a good thing. Hopefully parents are trying to educate kids the rules of the road and sharing the road and safety, because, there are cars out there, but I'm not sure that's happening. So I think that definitely education is a component, but I don't think we can regulate our way or make enough rules for this one.
Mayor Ward, I like your comments. I agree with you, but I love the 6 months, like try the 6-month education program rollout. And I'd like to suggest we also have a hotline for 6 months just for reporting. It doesn't need to be a live voice, but for people to report for that 6 months while we're doing the education, simultaneous to have people report incidents so we can start building some data, and it'll give us a big picture for that 6-month window of time.
I think Councilmember Ferguson is onto something here. We have a lot of anecdotes. We have very little data as it relates to this situation. I mean, I know of one person that was struck, but that's all I know of. But there are a lot of anecdotes of dangerous activity by e-bikes on the trail.
Yeah, my experience on the trail has been one of concern about the e-bikes. When Twyla and I are walking and you get a group of 3 or 4 or 5 people racing by you at least 20 miles an hour. And it's unsettling. And my inclination is to say it's a public trail. Let us keep it multimodal. Let as many people use it as possible and enjoy the wonderful thing that it is. But it's concerning. We don't allow motorized bikes, motorized vehicles, and this is a vehicle with a motor. It's just electric rather than gasoline powered. And the vehicle code sections, those really don't relate. The vehicle code section exempting e-bikes simply says all the safety requirements, all the other issues relating to motor vehicles don't apply to e-bikes. But clearly on our trail, it's concerning for me. I like the idea of maybe having a San Clemente Times campaign or something to let people know that we have a serious problem and it can't go on forever, and we can outlaw it immediately, or we can give the community an opportunity to drive responsibly. I don't have a lot of faith that kids 13, 14 are going to listen or going to change their conduct. But I think we owe it to the greater community to say we have a serious problem, and enforcement's not an option because we can't set up radar guns and have cops down there, but we can simply outlaw it, and that's a whole lot easier to enforce. So it's troubling. It's a serious problem. I've experienced it firsthand, and it's not a pretty picture. So I have no objection to doing some more education before we lower the boom, so to speak. But it's a serious issue that needs to be addressed.
Mayor Ward?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, just let me, yeah, I agree. And I completely agree with Laura's suggestion. And we just have to have data, right? We can't just make decisions because we heard this, or even if we experienced it we have to have some kind of a study or some evidence-based basis to make any kind of serious decision like this. One thing I was wondering about, and this is a little bit for Samantha maybe, or maybe for Eric, has there been any restrictions on the pedal assist feature of electric bikes? See, the thing is, they're now making electric bikes that look exactly like a regular bike. The motor is so small, you can't even see it. Eventually, you won't be able to tell the difference. And again, enforcement's always going to be an issue, but have there been any efforts to say you can only pedal the bike like a regular bike, which every electric bike can do? You can't use any of the assist features. I think that, assuming that could be enforced, that would eliminate some of these issues of blowing by at 20 miles per hour. Also, on the Talega issue, problem there with the sidewalks is there's not enough bike lanes. So these kids, it's sort of like, what's the lesser of two bad alternatives on the sidewalk versus out in the street right next to a car when they, again, haven't been educated. Long term, it has to be education. We just have to raise the awareness throughout the public, especially with our youth. But that's the problem in Talega, being a resident there. I thought about this the other day as I got whizzed by. The other alternative was for them to be next to a car moving 40 miles per hour with about 3 feet between the car and the curb. So that's kind of why they're on the sidewalks. So that's something we'll have to think about too.
Mayor, if I may, I agree with the public education component. I even am open to a hotline or an email box where people can communicate their near misses, if you will, so we can have some documentation. I would suggest 6 months might be hard to be really effective from a public education standpoint. And what I envision, and I want to make sure I'm on the same page as the council, is our SRO, school resource officer, going to classrooms and doing a program that's put together. And then what I also heard from Mayor Pro Tem is to coalesce the bike manufacturers, bike rental companies, and the bike sale companies to provide some safety marketing material that they provide to individuals when they rent, when they buy, so that there's some education given to the buyers at the time of when those transactions occur. And that would be something that we would revisit with the council in terms of effectiveness. And then two, I would suggest we have budget and time to allocate an around town public service announcement so that we could do some videos. I would even probably encourage some council members to get on some e-bikes as part of that public service announcement to show the viewers, yielding to pedestrians, walking. And something that Samantha told me today that I had forgotten is right now you can't ride your bike through the pier bowl as it relates to the blacktop area. And Samantha, if you could articulate that a little bit more just to provide that information, because as I'm watching the cameras when available, I'm seeing tons of bikes that are just racing through the pier bowl and not doing that. And so I think our RSVPs from the pack house perspective, they can be, I'll say, docents to people to let them know what the rules are of the road. And so again, going to Councilmember Ferguson's point, we want to do community education and not necessarily enforcement. So really pick up the momentum of communicating to the public, the schools, and so forth. And I think 6 months will be a blink in the eye for us. And I think a year might be more appropriate to initiate that kind of that public service campaign, if you will. So those are my thoughts.
Eric, what do you see would be the easiest way for people to report? While they're out there walking, I think they might have a quick call, but by the time they get home, they're not going to take the time to call what's the easiest way that we would get feedback?
Ideally, everyone carries a mobile phone. And that's when you're out and about, you have your phone with you. And so maybe a simple button on our website that allows you to submit your concern or observation. I think it's important to manage expectations that no one is going to be dispatched with that call. It's purely just to collect data to present to the council at a later time. So we don't have someone who's thinking, I'm going to submit this weight, and then hopefully an officer or some representative from the city shows up to help enforce that. And so we'd really want to market that. But I think the best way to do would be a button on our webpage, right on the homepage, that could easily go, e-bike comments, and they could just click a button and have a box to put their information in, and then it's dated and time stamped, and then we can present it back to the council when we come back to review our wins and so forth.
Okay.
I think that there should be an option for photograph too.
Absolutely. Good call.
Yeah, if someone's able to do that, that would be good. Or just, they'll give a description like, today this happened. I have no doubt that it's going on. Just as an e-bike rider, if I just can't believe somebody would try to ride that trail 20 miles an hour with anyone around. So I guess it needs to be an education blitz. And to Councilmember Knobloch's comment, we're serious on this because it's public safety, and we're seeing the explosion of the bikes, and we are going to have to do something. So the education, OCSD needs to be involved. The schools, I would think that, the problem is, not all the kids are even in school right now. So we have that issue also. But I think reaching out to the suppliers of these bikes, I'm not even sure that most of them know that we don't allow class 3 bikes at all in our city. Those go faster than 20 miles an hour. So, but some of these bikes that are being sold, they're not even really a bike anymore.
Kathy, just talking about the batteries and the speed, neighbor that is in my community built one, and the sort of kit came with the standard battery. He just went down and bought the most powerful battery he could. He does 40 plus miles an hour on that thing, and he had to ultimately beef his chain up as well. But but it looks just like the other battery, unless you look at the codes or the numbers. So these things really do have a lot of power.
Yeah. So enforcement, I think Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem James said that enforcement's going to be difficult. And that's why we have to think about, if we don't see a change, I guess, if you say a year, but if we're not seeing, if we're still getting a lot of complaints, we're going to have to take it up.
Oh, and sure. I completely agree. If we started to see something in 4 months into this program that raised red flags, staff would, immediately raise their hand and we would come back to the city council for further direction if there was a concern, especially from a liability perspective. So absolutely agree.
Okay. So,
Mayor, if I may just interject a couple of other thoughts based on the conversations. We used to have a trail map that was given out. We haven't done it in a number of years. That could be something we look to re-implement. It was created in 2007, somewhere along that time frame, to inform people of the rules. So that could be a tool we utilize. It can also be used on social media, some of those marketing efforts. Another topic that could come up as it relates to signage, because I know that was a bit of a theme we heard in some of the comments this evening. It's a recommendation of the commission as well. That base of pier that Eric was referring to, that blacktop, we do not allow riding of bicycles in that area. It's never been allowed, and it happens often. It is right in front of the packed house. One of the suggestions that has come up is potentially, instead of an A-frame sign or another sign, along the pathway, to consider doing painted pavement that basically says walk your bikes only, similar to what you see on the street. It's asphalt. I know that there's maybe some aesthetics concerns that could come up with that. But that's an option as well. It's maybe a more impactful signage approach, at least for the base of pier, because that is really a huge inlet of people coming in and out. So we see a lot of concern there. And then the other thing that staff have talked about is pursuing, there's a counter loan program that actually gives the ability to count pedestrians versus bicycles, whether that's on a street, a sidewalk, a trail. Staff have to kind of entertain the thought of using that potentially for the beach trail, again, so we can get some better data and hard facts on what our bicycle usage is versus pedestrian usage. So that could be something we also look to roll out in this kind of next few months here also.
So I can see one issue with that is we're in COVID and there's many of us who are not walking the beach trail right now, and we're walking our streets so that we can stay a safe distance. So we may not get good data on that. Maybe towards the summer,
Sure.
May on, it might be better than in the next couple months. We're in the rainy season right now. But the other question I had, I heard something about people not walking their bike on the pier. I always thought that it was no bikes on the pier at a certain point. You're not allowed to have a bike on the pier at all. That's what I thought. And it's right about where the fisherman ends. There's a line there or a sign that says no bikes. So if
Correct.
people are walking them on the they're not supposed to be on the pier at all, I believe. That's why you see so many bikes in the bike rack, so that you can go walk on the pier. So I think with COVID, we're seeing some of the rules, relaxing. And I'm sure it's because we don't have the RSVPs down there. They're not open, so we're seeing more of that. But so, I guess I'm hearing more of, people want to try to do education. And I guess we'll say we'll bring it back in a year unless we start seeing, something, which we would always take it up if people are reaching out to us, because we're not even talking about the Ridge Route Trail, the class 1 bike trail on El Camino Real that goes from North Beach to Dana Point. We have people riding scooters in there that are with our families that are supposed to be in that class 1 trail, because the line's getting blurred on what's a motorized vehicle. So we have some concerns, and we knew this was going to happen with the technology. So, but I'm seeing people, we're losing some interest here. So I think staff, do you have enough from us? Do you need a vote?
I think it would probably be best, based on the direction that you're giving staff, to take a vote, please, Mayor.
Mayor and Council, I just, to clarify, I was going to ask what you just asked. There are other elements of the recommendation from the commission, for example, the Mariposa Bridge, the speed limit. Are you setting all those aside for now, or did you want to turn to that page and pick and choose from your deliberations?
Scott, can you tell us which page that's on?
I'm on page 9C-11.
11. It starts with A, section 1, A, B.
Yeah, and the first couple are just clarifying where electric bicycles belong. When you get to B, at the top of the next page, there's the limitation on Mariposa Bridge that Samantha referenced. The yield to pedestrians is in the bottom of that paragraph. You might want to do that now. And then I think the speed limit you didn't decide for sure, but other than that, reducing the speed limit, you might want to take all those other actions, because I think they're consistent with your status quo deliberations from earlier.
Mayor Ward, the list actually sort of separated out from the ordinance itself is at the bottom of 9C2 and the top of 9C3. That's where you get the whatever it is, 4 or 5 specific recommendations.
Yeah. So I think, if we looked at the ordinance, I'm glad it's clarifying it. It's talking about activities on the pier and the access road that's in front of it. And saying no person shall ride or permit to be ridden, drive, or permit to be driven any bicycle, electric bicycle, tricycle, skateboard, roller skates, or similar type device on the pier, access to the pier service roads, or beach access roads. That's pretty much what we've been saying.
Just clarifies the status.
It is clarifying it, because I understood no bicycle on the pier ever. So I think it's good. And the fact that you're bringing in, Samantha, all the different modes of transportation, I think are good. Minimum on the pier in that area, we have to know that there isn't anyone going through there fast. So does council have any problem with A? Or do you just want to go through page 2 and 3?
Yeah, I think that might be best, just because it sort of specifically sets them out.
Okay. So the first
one thing, I'm sorry, excuse me. One thing let's include is number 1, approve the prohibition on the use of bicycles on turf within the parks. That is an easy one.
Right. I agree. So what about the inland trails? We heard a little bit from Rancho San Clemente. They do have issue with, it already says no motorized vehicles on the Ridge Route Trail. But, with e-bikes, there's probably a lot more people on these trails than there used to be. I know mountain biking is very important to our city. We have people that actually work, they came to work for companies in Rancho San Clemente and Talega Business Park because of the beach or the trails, that they could ride them. They said that's why they came down here, for the open space. So it's important, but they're riding bicycles.
Right, but even Samantha said earlier, the California Vehicle Code doesn't allow us to classify e-bikes class 1 and 2 as motorized vehicles, so they can still.
But we could do what the county does, and the county does not allow any e-bike on any unpaved surface. Because probably because of the topography and blind.
I gotta say, on that Knob Hill on that trail at Rancho San Clemente, it's got to be 30 degrees plus. It's tough to walk at. These e-bikes, they don't even slow down. It's amazing. You think they're on mountain race bikes. I mean, zip up there like nobody's business.
Right. So, you know, do we say that people should be on their own power on those ridge route trails, or, you know, are we still going to try to go with education on the trail, on the inland trails? Because they're getting a lot more bicycles now, you know, with the e-bike.
The inland trails are not as a concern to me because they're not near as crowded as the beach trail, and I don't have any particular heartburn, and we didn't have a lot of comments on that from the public tonight, so I'm not so concerned about the inland trails.
Okay.
I have
Well,
no problem restricting them either.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Education still needs to be on that, you know, yielding to pedestrians, things like that. I think the inland trails are the same as any trail. You know, I'm curious too, if staff could find out before you come back to us again, why the county made that rule countywide. You know, there has to be some staff report on that, why they did that.
Mayor Ward, I've heard that there are folks who like to mountain bike, and now they have mountain e-bikes, so they're able to actually continue to go out with their friends. And I kind of am with council members Knobloch and Ferguson. I have not heard yet of a big issue in the inland trails, so I think I'd probably go with the recommendation to make no changes at this time, and then maybe revisit it if something else comes up.
Okay. So the beach trail, what about reducing the speed limit? Keep it the same and try to get people to yield?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
That sounds good.
Yes.
There's no enforcement of that. What about bicycles walking on the Mariposa Bridge? That's what it used to be, and I think we changed it.
Yes.
3 years ago.
Yeah, we need to walk them over the bridge. Mm-hmm.
Okay. That would make it consistent with all the other bridges.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor. So if you want to do that, the recommended action includes the instruction about turf in parks, and then you'd introduce the ordinance, but as presented with the exception of the reduction in speed limits. Otherwise, I think Joanne's clear on the text, if that's going to be the motion that you're generating.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to get through these so that we know what we're doing. Require bicycles to yield to pedestrians. I think we all agree on that. Include e-bikes in code addressing use of bicycles. What does D mean? Include e-bikes in the code addressing use of bicycles.
Just where it says bicycles, it would also say e-bicycles, just definitionally to be clear that both are included.
Okay. So I believe, Joanne, correct me if I'm wrong, we have to read this for the first reading.
That's correct.
Okay. Does anyone want to attempt it, or I will? Okay, looks like I'm going to.
I can try it, Mayor Ward, if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I move that we approve the prohibition on the use of bicycles on turf within parks and adopt ordinance number entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending section 12.32.130 of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to the use of bicycles, including electric bicycles, class 1 and class 2 and class 3, other activities on the pier, beach access road, beach and beach trail, with the exception of the recommendation on lowering the speed limit.
Joanne, is that sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. I think you're getting easier. I thought we had to read the whole thing.
No, the text will be as presented with the exception of the speed limit on those pages.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Knobloch.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And I will just say that that was to introduce the ordinance, not to adopt.
Okay.
Thank
you, staff, very much, Samantha and Adam.
And then should we have a motion to direct staff to establish a education program, workshops, working with the school resource officers, doing bike safety program? I guess I just made a motion.
The San Clemente Times.
San Clemente Times.
I'm trying to think who else. The San Clemente Journal. This would be a great article for the San Clemente Journal.
It would be.
Just I think an education blitz is what I would call it.
Right.
The around town that staff mentioned, the around town video.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Does the motion include the option, the ability for the public to submit data and information on incidents on the bike trail?
Oh, that's right, the hotline. Thank you for remembering that.
And then the final component would be 6 months from now, we would review whatever data we have, whatever data that we've assembled.
Perfect.
A good check back is 6 months is probably good. Knowing that we may not have all the data, but it's good to check in so that we'll have it before us.
Can we set that hotline up so the button so people can report anonymously? You know, some people don't want to put their name or fear they might be retaliated.
Yeah.
So we might get better, you know, probably better response if people don't have to say their name. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I don't think it's needed.
I don't think a name is needed. I think we'll just have a box for your comment and an option to upload an image or images
Oh, good.
of your incident per se.
Perfect. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Did you want to vote on that? I believe that was a motion.
Was there a second?
There was no second.
Jean made the motion.
Correct.
A second.
Second by Councilmember Ferguson.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Okay, oral communications part 2. I don't have any comments unless Laura Campanolo has received something.
We've not received any comments.
Okay, City Manager.
We have a few things really quick to report out. So first, going back to our last council meeting at the direction of USA Surfing as it relates to the mural, both myself and Samantha Wiley, the rec manager for BPR, met with Kim Tilley from the USA Surfing and went over the processes and the options that are available to her. USA Surfing is going to elect to proceed with both options. So they're going to start working with the private business owners in Paseo, and we'll help facilitate and are helping facilitate identifying those individuals so they can approach them for the possibility of a mural on private property. Secondarily, USA Surfing will be submitting an application for a public mural process as well. And Kim's point was well taken in terms of if one doesn't work out, I'll have another option that's already in the works to proceed with. And so we'll continue to work with her and touch bases, but we'll be looking for that public application for the mural, as well as anything that she or they need from the city as it relates to the private mural option. Number 2 was alluded in the public comments. The city did have their FRA inspection process with our pause warning system last Tuesday. I walked the whole thing with Mayor Pro Tem Gene James. We logged about 5.1 miles of walking, all the beach trail and all the pedestrian crossings. So it was a good day. We were successful in passing our inspection with the FRA inspectors. Our pause system hit above 80 decibels on every reading. Thank you for the thumbs up, Mr. Knobloch. Appreciate that. And so that was a good thing. So now the inspectors are finalizing the report, and the report is to be completed this week and submitted to Washington, D.C. Once the report is completed, and I can tell you we are actively monitoring that, We'll be working with both the DC chapter of the FRA and the regional administrator in Sacramento to look for a safety board meeting at the earliest convenience of the FRA. So once that report is done, we should have more clarity with that. And as we get more definitive answers, we'll do a public press release to announce that to the public. So we're cautiously watching that. And then lastly, I just wanted to report out in regards to the council direction of in-person meetings. So we are slated to do in-person council meetings on the next meeting at the February 16th meeting at the auditorium, as was discussed by the mayor and the council members during the minutes discussion. Couple of things. We did connect with the JPIA and other agencies to see how things are done. The JPIA won't take a position on whether we should or shouldn't meet. What they will do, or what they have communicated, is some agencies are meeting, some agencies are virtually meeting. And when you can meet remotely, you should do so. All of the protocols that we shared with the JPIA, they acknowledged and approved were good measures. One other measure that they've asked for all in-person meetings are that everyone wears a mask. And so for the February 16th meeting, we're going to start off and it's going to take, we're going to do it in, and I'm going to call it baby steps, measured approaches. So the first couple of meetings, we will be doing an in-person meeting for council only. We will continue to take input from the public via the public comment email process. Once we've gotten through a couple of those meetings, because we're going to have some technology changes as it relates to that, because all council members will not be required to be present. So if any council member doesn't feel comfortable, they can Zoom in. The backdrops that you see tonight will become the standard after the next meeting in terms of that. So council members that are at home can Zoom in, and council members that are in person can participate. The public will see a similar scenario that they see tonight in terms of a Zoom display as the live feed. Some staff will be comfortable in presenting in person. Some staff will not be comfortable, and they will Zoom in to the council as part of their presentation. But I can assure you that myself, I don't want to speak for Scott and Joanne, but I do believe the city clerk and the city attorney and myself will be present in the auditorium for those meetings. And after we get through one or two of those meetings, we will then incorporate public comments live. So the public will be able to submit their public comments live to the city council at the auditorium. And after a few of those meetings, we will then incorporate some public attendance to the council meeting in terms of being able to observe it. And I do think it's important to do a little bit of a parallel as we start to see our COVID cases from a countywide perspective start to move the right direction in terms of going down, as well as our ICU numbers and our hospitalization numbers. These gradual steps, I feel, align with that as things start to get better, if you will. And so this allows us to not jump into the pool, but slowly walk into the pool with all of these things. And so as the city clerk alluded to earlier, we've already noticed our public hearing for the 16th meeting at the auditorium and have noticed it appropriately. That is all I have to report out for city manager comments. And so thank you.
Eric, a quick question, if I could, Mayor Ward. What's the public participation in these Zoom meetings? I see we have 19 participants, but I can see their names on the screen. Are there members of the public observing this that are not registered in that number?
No, sir. This is all support staff that are in the lobby, if you will, in the event council or myself have staff to need to chime in. And so you've got most of your managers and directors sitting in the lobby.
Right. Can you let us know from time to time how many people are actually monitoring, watching, how many citizens?
Well, so let me clarify your question, Councilmember Knobloch. How many people are in the Zoom lobby is what you're asking?
How many citizens are watching this meeting remotely?
Oh, that would be, and I can report that. I mean, we can just go to.
I just wondered what the numbers were, because the number that it says on my screen, participants, those are net council members and staff.
So to your point, Councilmember Knobloch, currently there are 25 people watching the live feed for the city council meeting.
Not counting the 19 that.
No, sir, it has nothing to do with the participants in the Zoom meeting.
Okay,
this is purely people watching the stream.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Okay. The next item is city attorney.
Mayor and council, I don't have anything to add tonight. Thank you for the opportunity, though.
Council members.
Yes, Mayor, I have 3 motions to make. I'll make them very quick. I had audio issues at the beginning during the homeless update. So I had a motion I was going to make during the homeless update. And actually there was quite a bit of correspondence from the public on that. The benches continue to be a growing problem. There's feces, there's urine there. People using the benches to lie down. I have a motion to direct staff to immediately develop and install devices, armrests, if you will, that prevent our city-owned benches from being used for people to assume the prone position. And so I'd like to get a second and a third vote on that.
I'll second that.
Okay, third.
So that's a majority. So staff would come back with a staff report, or you're just.
Yeah, I think that's the most you could do tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll come back with a staff report. Good.
Okay.
The second thing I would like to look at is I'd like to look at city concessions. That includes the bike shop at North Beach, snack bars at North Beach, P Street, the snack bar at the pier, the baseball, at athletic fields. I really want to maximize the profitability of these locations, and I think they're, many, if not all, are underperforming at this time. And I would really like staff to come back with some recommendations there. The shop at North Beach, I think that's way, the rent there is way value. You need to look at that. So I'm looking for a second and a third vote on that.
I'll second that.
So Jean, I'm trying to decide during COVID what that will do.
Well, this is exactly what I'm looking at. I'm looking at, as we pivot out of COVID, so we should be coming out of COVID no later than October. And this, so our staff report in March, and it would give us time to put together a plan. Mr. Sun, do you agree that our concessions are all underperforming?
Yes, yes, Mayor Pro Tem. And if I may, staff has already commissioned within our existing budget under my authority a consultant study on our surveys. An option came before us from a consultant to look at our concessionaires. And so this is great timing by the Mayor Pro Tem. And so by getting 3 votes, we would actually end up bringing that full consultant study back to the council to deliberate on and take into consideration. Staff could provide some input, and then council could give direction. There is no rush to implement anything because right now everything is closed, but we are at a point with our concessionaires where all of them are either on a month-to-month or don't have a contract. And so before we take steps to make anything permanent, I think this is a good time to look at all of those as we get ready to, walk in the direction of reopening things.
So when, Mr. Sun, would that come back from the consultant?
I think it would be safe to say that we would be able to come back to the city council at one of the 2 meetings in March to present our findings to the council.
Okay. All right. So I'll weigh in on that and say, okay. I was thinking March was way too soon, but if you think you can do it.
I think we can do it. I would ask for a vote just so that we get clear direction, please.
So, I think Councilmember James made that motion, and I think Councilmember Noblock seconded it, and I weighed in also. I would also ask for a little bit of history for the council of some of
Absolutely.
these concessions, because I know we've had issues with North Beach trying to even get someone there. So
We have a lot of history to share, no question.
yeah, we need that, you know, just for reference. Okay, so Madam Clerk, will you take the roll call vote on that?
Yes. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
I'm an aye, but this wasn't agendized, so we can't take a formal vote. Isn't that correct, City Attorney?
This is to agendize in the future with a staff report. So that motion's always in order.
No, that's not in our policy and procedure. I'm looking at, you mean to have a staff report?
Yeah, so two of you can bring something back for council discussion.
Right.
You can bring it back with a formal staff report.
Yeah, but that's not in the policy. We need to put that in the policy. I've brought that up before, and I'm not objecting to that, but it's not in our policy 1201-11. So, but I'm fine with that. I'll vote on it. I'll make a suggestion to bring this back so we can incorporate that. We just need to follow our policy. But yes, I'm a yes.
You could, Laura, you can make a motion to agendize that.
I will. Thank you.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
I'm
you.
good with this. Thank you.
okay, Councilmember Noblock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0.
And then I have one more thing I'll get out of everyone's hair. As we approach a new labor MOU coming up, I would like to propose a closed session agenda in which we select a subcommittee to act on behalf of the council during the negotiations, and also the appointment of a labor negotiator. I really think it'd be appropriate to take the city manager out of the equation of being our labor negotiator. And for the closed session, what we would do is appoint that subcommittee and additionally create a strategy and objectives for the city during those negotiations. And I understand that's something that's never been done before, but I think it would be helpful to do it this year, and it would avoid the situation we had this past year.
So Jean, I think you made a motion just to bring that up as a closed session item.
That's exactly right.
All right. So I don't think, Scott, for something like that, we don't need a majority of council, do we?
We can, you're allowed in employee negotiations to talk about process and parameters. And so I think we would do that anyway. And so that's just a thanks for the heads up. And when that's ready to go, we'll include process and parameters in that discussion.
Yeah, bring that up in a closed session.
And that comes, yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Good to go.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I have one item, Madam Mayor. I would like to agendize, if I can get someone to support me, agendize looking at the policy that the council adopted last year on confidential documents. I'd like to agendize that policy for discussion and possible modification.
Is that in closed session?
Pardon me?
That's in closed.
I don't know that it needs to be in closed session. I think the policy was adopted in open session last year when it was adopted.
I'm just checking you're not going to be talking about confidential information in public session.
No. I'm talking about the policy of how we handle confidential information.
Is there anyone that
the lockbox policy that we currently have? And my concerns, I'll just share my concern is that for any of us to get in there, we have to agree to indemnification and also to agree to
We
a
can't talk
statement.
about it too much.
Yeah, so that's why I'm bringing it up to discuss the policy, including those conditions.
Okay. Is there any second?
Yeah, I will second that. I think mostly Steve, what you're talking about is just the agreement to get into
To get access. Yeah, clearly confidential documents are confidential and need to remain confidential. I'm just addressing the policy that was adopted by council during the last.
Yeah,
6 months
I will
ago.
second that. I think that's be healthy discussion.
Okay, so that will be agendized.
Yeah.
Any other requests?
Oh,
Laura,
yes.
sorry.
Thanks, Mayor Ward. I'd like to bring back the policy and procedure for City Council 1201-11. The timing's right. We have a new council. Time to do a good review, I think, some housekeeping. So if I could have support to do that, I'd appreciate it.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilmember Knobloch.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, I'm not seeing any other comments.
Okay, then the next item is item 12A, ordinance number 1707, second reading relating to zoning ordinance amendments. And we do have a few comments.
Okay, so Joanne, we received quite a few emails on that.
Yes, the people that did not ask for it to be read were emailed to you, but there's 3 people wanted them read.
Why don't you go ahead?
Okay. The first is from Mark and Wendy Morgan. Dear council members, it is so disheartening that we are here once again. I am so sad the city council is trying to skirt around CEQA protections. My husband and myself grew up here, attending Las Palmas, Concordia, and San Clemente High School. We've lived in many places in California for a musical career, knowing all the while we would return to our beloved hometown, San Clemente. The city was meant to follow in the architecture of our founder, Ole Hanson, in 1925, consisting of red tile roofs as a planned real estate development called Spanish Village by the Sea. What is happening on Pico would break his heart as it does ours. This is the gateway to our beautiful little village that we love so, and it should be respected. When we returned back to San Clemente, we found a beautiful home in Sea Summit, very close to Ole Hanson's vision of Spanish architecture, which consists of red tile roofs and wood doors. Soon there will be many new restaurants at the outlets, a boutique hotel, and the Miramar will be refurbished for dining, arts, and shopping, with a trolley that travels up and down Pico to Del Mar and the pier. Seems unfortunate the council is trying to remove CEQA protections. The planning vision for our city needs to be more thoughtful, as in the eyes of our founder, and for the residents who reside in the city today and looking forward. No one, especially the city council, should be above the law. Enough is enough. Please do not remove the CEQA protections tonight. We appreciate your time and consideration. And the next is from Susan Smith. Dear Honorable Mayor Ward, Mayor Pro Tem James, and all City of San Clemente council members, we object to the second reading and passing of Ordinance 1707. We request the council vote no to the ordinance. Ordinance 1707 does not read as described by the Planning Department. It creates ambiguous language in the city planning documents that directly conflict with our city LUP and should not be passed. For a few years now, this city has tried to claim CEQA 15378 subsection B5 on the lot at 380 Avenida Pico. For a few years now, we've been telling this city, the planning department, and attorneys that CEQA 15378 subsection B5 does not apply. Our property values, health and safety, and emotional well-being have been compromised by our own city planning department's inability to understand many city planning documents, including the LCP, watershed, zoning maps, and coastal and environmental protections required for the areas surrounding the lot. Everyone should be asking these questions. 1, why did the city pass an approval for CUP 19-334 and MAP 20-115, claiming the same CEQA 15378B5 exemption nearly a year after the Coastal Commission issued a letter to the city requiring coastal applications and development permits for the same lot? 2, why did city residents have to endure the emotional burden, painstaking, and costly process of filing an appeal to reverse the city's approval for permits, since the city was already informed by the Coastal Commission a year prior CEQA 15378B5 was not applicable to the lot? 3, why did the city attorneys and planners need to create a lease that they could deny prior to the scheduled hearing, evading the need for a public hearing for our appeal? 4, was there something in the appeal the city didn't want the public or its permit applicant to be aware of? 5, why did the planning department submit Ordinance 1707 related to CEQA 15378B5 on September 16, 2020, during and before the resolution of our appeal affecting the same? 6, what is to stop the city from wrongfully claiming CEQA section 15378B5 in the future, when this ordinance directly claims CEQA section 15378B5 will cover water conservation, which occurs at 380 Avenida, Pico? The administrative changes included in Ordinance 1707 are not limited to administrative, and time is up for that one.
And the final comment is from James Bartlett, Executive Vice President Services, resident of San Clemente Summit with the Pinnacle Group.
Madam Mayor, if I could, it's 11 o'clock. Should we adopt the, what is the ordinance that, what's the rule that we have to adopt to go past 11? What's it called?
It's to continue the meeting.
Yes, I'll move we continue the meeting. If that's in order, Madam Mayor.
I second that.
Okay, motion and second by Councilmember Knobloch and Mayor Pro Tem James.
Okay. Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
It carries 5-0.
Okay, so this final comment is from the Pinnacle Group. Dear Honorable Mayor Ward, Mayor Pro Tem James, and all City of San Clemente Council members, we object to the second reading and passing of Ordinance 1707. We request the council vote no to the second reading and require all planning department personnel, planning commissioners, and city attorneys get the proper training necessary to understand our city zoning maps, LUP, all duties to its city residents, all Coastal Act protections, procedures, rules, and regulations for the Coastal Commission required for our city. For nearly the past 2 years, our planning staff, planning commissioners, city attorneys, and all involved in the planning department have continued to wrongfully claim the city has a right to CEQA section 15378B5 on the 380 Avenida Pico lot. Even after the Coastal Commission issued a letter in October 2019 declaring the homeless camp required a coastal development application and permit, the city continued to wrongfully claim it had a right to CEQA section 15378B5 on this lot. In August 2020, all involved again wrongfully claimed it has a right to CEQA section 15378B5 on the lot, irresponsibly passing conditional use permit 19-334 and MAP 20-115, to which our neighbors filed an appeal. Their appeal was never heard and buried with workarounds created by the city attorney and planners to reverse course on the litigious mess created by the planning department, planning commission, and city attorneys. It was only emails exchanged last week that anyone from our city has admitted that the 380 Avenida Pico lot does indeed have CEQA and ESHA protections, and that CEQA section 15378B5 does not apply. Each of these separate actions by the city jeopardized our property values and our health and safety. The actions have caused us and our community a great deal of emotional distress. Yet in 2021, the city is again wrongfully claiming it has a right to CEQA section 15378B5 by the filing of Ordinance 1707. Our city does not have the ability to claim a right to CEQA section 15378B5 at will. Enacting Ordinance 1707 will lead to further erosion of Coastal Act protections. Contrary to what has been explained, these administrative changes do not strengthen state and federal laws because exemptions do exactly what they say. It means to remove our city from the obligation of the protections required by the Coastal Act without oversight from the Coastal Commission. Enacting Ordinance 1707 creates ambiguous language in the city planning documents that directly conflict with our city LUP. The administrative changes included in Ordinance 1707 are not limited to administrative, but also include accessory structures and new expansions up to 2,000 square feet. And that is the end of the 3 minutes and the final comment.
Okay, so who would like to start, from staff or our city attorney?
Let me start if I
Well,
could, Madam Mayor.
Hold on one second. I'm just a little confused of what I'm hearing from some of the history, because I'm hearing things that I'm pretty sure we did not do. When they're talking about a permit, an LCP that was approved, are they talking about the wireless tower permit? I just need that clarified.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Ward, members of the council, Cecilia Gallardo Daly, Community Development Director. The conditional use permit and minor architectural permit that's referenced in the correspondence tonight is related to the application for a telecommunications facility at the city yard. It was approved by the Planning Commission, appealed to City Council, and that's what that reference is for.
And if I remember right, there was no need for the appeal because the council took it up initially to rule on whether, as a landlord, we would entertain a wireless site at this area, and we did not vote for it. So that's my memory of that. It certainly wasn't trying to work around anything that someone was doing. I would have thought that the residents appreciated that the council, did our due diligence and voted that down. So that's pretty much the history of that.
Excuse me, Mayor Ward. I believe the applicant withdrew.
Exactly.
Yeah, the applicant withdrew.
They withdrew the lease.
Cecilia, could you?
I don't remember
clarify that, but they did withdraw. Was it just from the lease or from the whole application process for their monopom? It was quite large.
That's correct. I think that the early discussions among the council was not favorable to the lease, and the applicant ended up withdrawing their application prior to the appeal and the lease being heard by the council.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Oh,
I just wanted to clarify that.
I actually thought I remembered a vote on that lease. There was no vote on the lease.
I think you voted to deny, to not enter into the lease. And when you deny a project, there's no CEQA finding necessary. So it's not true that you use this exemption to deny the lease because you denied the project.
Yeah, but city attorney, I don't think we voted at all because it was withdrawn.
That was on the application. I think when you voted not to enter into the lease, then their application was incomplete and therefore they had to withdraw it because they had no interest.
Okay, I'd have to double check that. That's not how
I remember a vote on the lease because I remember voting for it. So Cecilia, could you please explain what this ordinance, the second reading, does? Because we've already heard this before us and we're hearing other concerns about it.
Yeah, so tonight is the second reading of the ordinance. As you mentioned, at the December 15th City Council, staff provided the City Council with a presentation on the proposed code. They're in categories that relate to bringing the code into compliance with state and federal law, making some updates to the code, clarifying some ambiguities. So this is the second reading. Would you like me just to, at a high level, address some of the concerns related to the comments tonight?
Yes, that would be helpful.
Okay, tonight the council heard about CEQA and Coastal Act protection. CEQA is the California Environmental Quality Act, and CEQA and the Coastal Act were mentioned quite a bit tonight. The city implements CEQA, which is a state law, and the Coastal Commission implements the Coastal Act, which is also a state law. We don't have any authority at the local level to change CEQA or to change any aspects of the Coastal Act. And I think there might be a little bit of misinformation out there or some misconceptions about what this ordinance does. These code amendments in no way change how CEQA is applied because it's a state statute, and it in no way changes how the Coastal Act is implemented. The city actually has no authority to issue coastal development permits in San Clemente. That authority lies with the Coastal Commission. So yeah, I have staff available here if the council wants a little bit more information about what this ordinance doesn't do, and specifically what aspects of it might be applicable to the property in question on Pico Avenue, and how that applicability affects that property specifically.
I have a question, Mayor Ward, if I may, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, my memory failed me for a moment. Yes, they did, Verizon, I believe it was, did withdraw the application. So I was correct on that. But yes, City Attorney, we did address the lease. I do recall now because we have a wireless master plan that was developed at the city many years ago, and this site, 380 Avenida Pico, was not included in that. So I did not support the lease for that reason, and the fact that it's a structure, and Planning Commission approved it, but we didn't go through a process for Coastal Commission either for an application for a CDP, Coastal Development Permit. And I see the concerns of the residents that look down upon this property from Sea Summit. And I'm very concerned about this. And I was on council when we did receive the letter from the Coastal Commission saying that our homeless encampment, our emergency campsite to address the situation at North Beach, did require the CDP. And we didn't go through that process for whatever reason. It was an emergency action we took, but we did learn that we did require that. And had we ever done anything like that again, any kind of structure on this property requires that. So the residents raised some very serious concerns and legal concerns for us. And I'm not comfortable with the language as is, and could certainly support this ordinance with some modifications in accordance with the comments that we've received tonight pertaining to the CEQA. So thank you.
Does any other council member have a comment or a question?
I have a question, Madam Mayor. Of staff, a lot of the public comments had to do with, it sounds like, with the use of the property and what the city's intended use of 380 Pico is. So what, can you tell me about the lot? I know what it is, I've seen it, and there's nothing on it. Is there any long-term plans, capital improvement plan, any proposed use of that property at the present time? And Eric, I don't know if you or Cecilia would be the right ones to answer that.
I can speak to that. So Councilmember Knobloch, it's a vacant parcel of land that's the most westerly section of our maintenance yard and water treatment facility. Historically, it's been used as a mobilization site for contractors doing construction jobs in the city. I think we might have 1 or 2 storage containers on there as well, but it has not been identified for any future uses that I'm aware of at this point. And so, yeah, it's at this time, it's basically used as a mobilization for contractors doing work for the city of San Clemente.
No expansion of the waste treatment facility or other uses?
No, there was some discussions a couple of years ago at an informal level of a possible substation being on that piece of property at the maintenance yard, but obviously that didn't come to fruition because of our substation that we're doing on the second floor at City Hall.
It's not a large parcel. There's not would be a whole lot of parking, but is there? I mean, it's got a wonderful ocean view. Is there any commercial use that has ever been discussed by a prior city council, or I just don't know of any discussions that have focused on a good and best or more proper use of that property?
I'm not aware of any discussions, Councilmember Matlock.
Okay, thank you.
So Cecilia, I would just ask, you know, we normally update our zoning codes to keep them in line with state and federal law. And that's what we're doing. I believe staff, when they bring that to us and they say, this is an update because we have to follow new state and federal guidelines. So I'm really disappointed at the comments that we got from people, scaring people, saying, you know, that we're not worried about this corridor. We have no standards anymore. Those people need to read our general plan. It's, I don't know how many inches thick it is, but Pico is a gateway, and we apply all of those design standards. Spend like 4 or 5 years coming up with those, and our planning commission diligently does that. Saying that we were trying to get around doing something with the Verizon contract. I don't even remember that Palm was even on that lot. It was in the right of way. I think that lot was completely not part of it. I remember my decision to not vote for it was I didn't want to have any limitations on what the city could do, not just for that lot, but inside our maintenance yard. And that's why, you know, I was a no vote for that, because I thought it would limit our right of way, and I didn't want to do that. So I'm disappointed that we're scaring people, that we're removing CEQA protections, because I'm being told that we're not doing that. And I believe our city attorney and our staff that that's not what we're doing. So I have no issue doing this. We have to update our zoning codes. And I'm not quite sure. I think they're trying to tie something to this for this lot, and I'm not seeing the connection. So I don't know if anyone has any question that they want answered.
I have asked a number of questions leading up to this evening, and I still can't wrap my head around what concerns there are. It seems like this is a prudent thing to do. I know Councilmember Ferguson just stated that she had some concerns. I'd like to hear some more from Councilmember Ferguson on what those concerns are.
Right. Well, as it currently stands, and Cecilia can correct me, in this code amendment, is that staff claims CEQA. So staff makes the decisions, just like that monopalm, right? It was a staff application to staff for Verizon to have a monopalm wireless facility on the property. It wasn't in the right of way. It was on 380 Avenida Pico. Okay, that's the maintenance yard, we call it. And it did not go through any application through the California Coastal Commission for a CDP, the Coastal Development Permit. And the neighbors here across the street are pointing out that CEQA requires it due to the proximity, right, Coastal Commission oversight, that it requires that, just as they determined that prior homeless campsite we had required it, but we didn't get it. So any kind of structure requires that application review process by Coastal Commission approval to issue a CDP to us. We don't issue those, but for us to take that away and have it be internal with staff is very concerning to them as to what would be there, is my take.
So
and I'm siding with them on this.
So I can clarify that. That's right. The city has as the lead agency, whenever we review an application, a discretionary application, we as the lead agency are required to apply CEQA and review whether or not a project has an impact on the environment. CEQA has all kinds of rules and regulations and guidelines associated with it. But that the entitlement and the CEQA determination are the cities. The Coastal Commission issues the coastal development permit, but they will not accept a coastal development permit application until a local jurisdiction has processed all of their entitlements at the local level. So the Coastal Commission will not deem an application complete for a coastal development permit until the city of San Clemente has made all of their approvals. There's nothing in these code amendments that takes away, that waives, relax, eliminates, or circumvents the Coastal Act and the requirement of the Coastal Commission to issue a coastal development permit. The city does not have the authority to issue a coastal development permit, and there's nothing in this ordinance that places the responsibility of issuance of a coastal development permit on the city of San Clemente. We do not lawfully have the right to do that because we don't have a certified local coastal program.
Thanks, Cecilia. So let me just use the Verizon site again, the Monopom. So say staff approved that, well, Planning Commission obviously approved that, and it was on its way, right, to council. The lease came first. The actual approval of the project was trailing it. What in between, were you going to submit that to Coastal Commission? Coastal Commission for a permit?
The city does not submit applications to the Coastal Commission for approval for a coastal development permit for private properties. So no, we wouldn't have done it, and the Coastal Commission wouldn't have accepted an application from Verizon until Verizon had an approved permit from the city.
No, but it would have come from us. It's public property, 380 Avenida Pico. So no. So
we're the property owners, but we are not the applicants.
Okay, but where are we getting any Coastal Commission review on that? We weren't.
That doesn't occur until there's an entitlement at the local level.
But it would have occurred, you're saying, at some point.
If the city had approved it.
If the city had approved it. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
The Planning Commission flagged that as a condition subsequent that was required.
Correct. There was a condition of approval in the permit, and there is always a condition of approval in discretionary permits that are in the coastal zone, that they have to go to the Coastal Commission for a coastal development permit. And we can't issue a building permit for a development project unless they receive a permit, a coastal development permit from the Coastal Commission.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so when I'm hearing validation that, you know, we have our checks and balances, and you know, we still go through coastal. So we're not removing any protections here. So would anyone like to read the second reading? We actually have to read it.
Before you go on, Mayor Ward, I have one more question for Cecilia in this. But isn't the cleanup claiming a CEQA exemption, or it's not? Are you saying it's not?
Oh, yeah. So the ordinance itself, this is just the ordinance, has to be reviewed for CEQA. And we've determined that the ordinance itself, these code amendments, these cleanups, these modifications to definitions and accessory dwelling units and small family daycares and tattoo regulations, that these do not have the propensity to have a physical impact on the environment. But that's where our section stops. Once an application comes in on any property, it's subject to CEQA. A discretionary application is always subject to CEQA. So this ordinance does not automatically waive the requirement for any future project to have to go through the CEQA review process or the coastal development permit process.
Okay, so if, say, a daycare was built at 380 Avenida Pico, you're not claiming an exemption there. CEQA exemption.
Correct. That is correct. That's correct.
Okay, so would anyone like to read it, or I'll read it?
I can read it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so adopt ordinance number 1707 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente for a city initiated amendment ZA 20-035 to the City of San Clemente Municipal Code Title 17 zoning to update erroneous text, ambiguous definitions, and standards and modifications for consistency with the general plan and state and federal law.
I'll second that. So,
Okay.
motion by Mayor Pro Tem James, second by Mayor Ward.
Your discussion?
Sure.
I was also concerned with the number of emails and the discussion about the loss of the CEQA exemption. What I'm hearing tonight from staff and from our city attorney is that anything that's ever designed to be on that property of a structure would require would require a CEQA review. And so the concern that somehow the city's bypassing the need to get CEQA review on anything that might be built down there is really not the case, and the CEQA and coastal plan would be required. So that being said, I was concerned about the language, but with that being said, I can then be supportive of it. So I vote.
Okay.
Well, I'll be supportive of it.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
The motion carries 4-1. Next item is ordinance 1710, second reading relating to the Investment Advisory Committee.
There's no discussion, Mayor Ward. I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I would move that we adopt ordinance 1710 entitled an ordinance for the City of San Clemente, California, amending Chapter 2.43 of the Code of the City of San Clemente relating to the Investment Advisory Committee to become effective July 1, 2024.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Noblock, second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And that carries 5-0. The next item is adjournment, and I will just ask council to adjourn to an adjourned regular council meeting to take place on February 16, 2021 at the Community Center located at 100 North Hill. Closed session items will be considered at 5, and the regular business meeting will commence at 6.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And that carries 5-0.
Thank you, everyone. I'll say good night until we meet again.